$50,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University and Pittman, New Jersey in February.
It was fabulous. It was the most joyful night I have experienced in a long time.
The Frank Sinatra guy, I really liked him.
His imitation of the Bee Gees.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm and the story of Philly sports through music. Westchester University on February 21st and the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey on February 22nd.
Number 5,
Tickets to a
Tim
Conklin
Walsh
show
is the
make
best.
great holiday
J.D.
gifts.
Vance is
Tickets
the
go
worst.
to JoeConklin.com. JoeConklin.com.
Hi, this is Dom
Number
Giordano.
5,
Make sure your
Tim
child or
Walsh is the
grandchild
best.
has all the
J.D.
tools they
Vance
need
is
to
the worst.
succeed this
Midwestern
school year.
dad,
Call
like
Kathy
super
Ganna and
clean-cut
New Hope Academy,
vibe.
Everybody likes
Right?
800-300-0003.
So plain-spoken and relatable, pretty moderate Democrat.
Very moderate record.
The new moderate is right down the middle.
He's not just an old white man.
Tim Walsh beats America. You know,
Talks like a regular person.
Tim Walsh is the opposite of weird. Populist approach to fear on the Republican side, and the happy populism that Tim Walsh is on the ticket on the Democratic side. Happy warriors. Happy warriors. He was certainly the happy warrior last night.
Bipolar. Don't wait. Prepare your student now. Remember, only the best teachers can work at NHA. Call for that no-obligation tour and consultation. 90% of NHA graduates pursue a college education. Call Kathy today, 800-300-0003. Online, newhopeacademy.net. Call New Hope Academy today, 800-300-0003.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Good morning, Philadelphia, 1210 WPHT, and good morning, America, here live on 1210 WPHT. This is Kayal and Company. It's Shawn Farash guest hosting for you all morning long until 10 a.m. 10 a.m. there on the East Coast, Eastern Time, 9 a.m. Central Time here from the great red state of Tennessee. We're having a good time here. It's Kayal and Company. Going to be with you for all 4 hours. My final appearance on 1210 WPHT here in the year 2024. And after this, we'll tell you, we'll all see you next year. How crazy is that? It's been a wild 2024. I feel like it has just begun. Good morning to all of our YouTube chatters here today. Good morning to anybody who is listening live on their radio dial if you're heading to work. If you're not one of the Americans who positions their vacation time around the Christmas holiday, I used to do it. So, you know what? It's Christmas. I'm not going to do that. So good morning to anybody who's listening live on their radio dial. Good morning to YouTube. Good morning to anybody listening on the Odyssey app. We're going to have it's going to be a great morning. Great 4 hours. Things are going to go by very quickly today, as they always do. And we've got the fascinating debate, right, over the H-1B visas that really exploded right around the Christmas holiday and really exploded over the weekend. Some folks got hostile. There were a lot of controversies over on the X platform, which is like my home away from home. I love that app. There's something about it. I just love X. You know what it is? It is the digital town square, but a little bit of hostility. Of course, the left seizes on the opportunity. The MAGA's in a civil war. MAGA's having a civil war. It's not a civil war. This is what debate looks like. And, folks, debate is healthy. Debate is healthy. Matter of fact, it was, Thursday morning here on 1210 WPHT on the morning show. Now, we actually had a caller who disagreed with many of my stances, and we had a conversation live on the air. Wow. Debate is healthy. I encourage it. And the H-1B conversation is, there are many different takes. There are many different viewpoints that all of us have. And I'll tell you, the left looks at it and says civil war. The left looks at it and says infighting. The left looks at it and says MAGA's collapsing. The coalition's not even going to make it to Inauguration Day. I'll tell you why that is. It's because they're not used to debate. That's the problem. We're going to talk about that. Jimmy Carter passed away yesterday. 100 years old. I'll give you a couple of thoughts on that situation as well. Obviously, our thoughts and prayers are with the Carter family. I'm not sure there's much Jimmy Carter and I would agree on politically, but that doesn't matter. From what we know and what I've heard, former President Carter was a good guy, even if he was a Democrat. But do we not remember what happened a month and a half ago with Jimmy Carter, with the early voting? You see, this is how you know the Democrats are a bunch of soulless people. They're a bunch of monsters. They propped this guy up. This guy, there were memes that were made about him because it looks like he didn't have much awareness of what was going on at the time. But they used Jimmy Carter as a prop in the 2024 election. Oh, look, Jimmy Carter voted for Kamala. If he could do it, you can do it. Look at him. And he was obviously in very rough shape, seeing as how, about a month and a half after the election, he passed away. Nobody's dancing on his grave. But the point of the matter here, my point, is that if Jimmy Carter was in such rough shape that in a month and a half, he were to pass, did he really know what was going on when he voted for Kamala Harris? I don't know. I'm not a member of his family, but what I do know is it wouldn't be the first time the Democrats essentially used another human being as a prop to achieve their political goals. And of course they failed. At the end of each hour today, at the end of the first 3 hours today, we are going to talk about the media's top 10 most horrifying moments of 2024. It was a supercut put together by Grabian and the great Tom Elliott. And we'll be playing going down, right? So 10, 9, and 8 at the end of the first hour. 7, 6, and 5 at the end of the second hour. 4, 3, and 2 at the end of the third hour. And then we'll get to the media's most horrifying moment at the beginning or the top of our fourth and final hour today. So it'll give you a reason to stick around for the entire show today. That'd be good. If for no other reason than to see the media's top 10 most horrifying moments. So we have that for you as well. Another fire incident in the New York City subway. Could you believe this? In Penn Station, another one. That apparently now the story is that this gentleman, this homeless guy, lit himself on fire. He claims somebody else did it, but after the initial investigation, it looks like the guy lit himself on fire, which is now the second person being lit on fire over the course of 2 weeks in the New York City subway system. This one in Penn Station. What was ironic about this is when the news broke on X, somebody said, person lit on fire by escalator. And I was like, was he near the escalator, or did the escalator light the person on fire? It's not something to joke about, but the wording was definitely ambiguous. And so interpretation was up for debate. But we are rocking and rolling, all set for a fun 4 hours of radio this morning as we close out 2024. 2 days left to go in the year. I can't believe it. And then guess what happens at 10 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen, here on 1210 WPHT. I go bye-bye for the day, and we hand it off to Kathy Barnett, who is going to be hosting the Dawn Show today. Guest hosting the Dawn Show, Kathy Barnett, the great Kathy Barnett, my pick for, I was in New York at the time, but when she ran for Senate, it was in that primary. I loved following her. I've spoken with Kathy Barnett a few times, and she's just incredible. Heart's in the right place, pulls no punches, amazing story, great patriot, tons of insight. So she comes on after at 10 o'clock, and that's just going to be awesome. So, you're getting a stacked lineup this morning on 1210 WPHT. I'll tell you that much. Okay. And I don't mean to say that, I'll tell you this, you don't get better than the president and then the person the president should have endorsed in 2022. Okay. You don't get better than that. The MAGA H-1B visa debate has sparked a ton of reactions, a ton of controversy, but most importantly, a ton of conversation over the last couple of days. And that is the most important, takeaway that I would give you right now. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. So, a lot of people, and I remember this during the 2024 primary, right? Donald Trump, Ron DeSantis, Vivek Ramaswamy, apparently Chris Christie ran for president, although I don't think he's run for anything a day in his life. Even donuts, he just speed walks after. He can't run. He's too big. He's a big guy, right? It's hard for him to do. Big, sloppy Chris Christie. Very big guy. He really is a huge person. You look at him. It's not easy on the knees, I can tell you that. But I remember during the primary, and I remember hearing this, and this is one of my least favorite talking points. And this is usually a talking point that is put out by establishment figures. Okay, and this talking point is there's too much infighting on our side, and the left never does this, and we need unity. And this is, by the way, during the primary season. It's a little different after an election, but it's like, there's always infighting, and there's, the left never has this problem. That's because the left is literally a cult. Okay? And I remember making the argument during the 2024 primary, back in the late stages, or even in the early stages of 2023, but going into the late stages of 2023 as well, the early stages of 2024 as well. We were at this point last year, a couple of weeks away, 2 weeks away from the Iowa caucuses. I mean, we were right on it. It was on our doorstep. I think Iowa was mid-January, January 14th, 15th, something like that last year. So, or this year, I say last year, it was this year. Feels like an eternity ago, although it also feels like it was yesterday. But I always remember saying this, primaries are good. Differing viewpoints, this is a good thing. Diversity of thought, this is a good thing. And you know what's crazy about it is the Republican Party, not perfect. I don't love the two-party system. I wish it was a little bit better, right? Than having to, so a lot of times we have to vote about, we have to vote for the lesser of two evils. I don't like that. Okay. That's not my favorite thing. I don't like that. But the Republican Party these days in American politics almost has a monopoly on diversity of thought, because if you look across the aisle at the Democrat Party, and this is something that a lot of folks on our side of the aisle like to say, We need to be more like the left. You know, they're always in lockstep with each other. We do not need to be more like the left in that fashion. You know how we need to be more like the left? We need to use our political power like the left. I don't like tyranny. I don't like autocrats. I'm not asking for a king or a system where everyone bows down to the top dog or the chief executive. No. I think Republicans need to be a little more hard-nosed. They need to be a little more willing to push the envelope in order to fix the system. Okay. But when we talk about being more like the left in that, they're always in lockstep and there's never any infighting on their side of the aisle. That is not something to be jealous of. That is something to look at and say, that's a dangerous movement, right? Because when you look at the left and just look at what happened over the summer, July 20th, nobody liked Kamala Harris, right? She was unpopular. She was the missing vice president. She was still the border czar, right? July 21st, Joe Biden drops out of the race. Everyone is all of a sudden, they're like, wow, Kamala, she's a new way forward. And the race is being reset. That's because they were told, you like her now. We like her now. Have you ever seen the movie I, Robot? Will Smith walks into the room of all the new robots in the movie, the NS5, I think, the prototypes with the robot doctor. He calls her the robot shrink. I love this movie, right? And he walks into the room and he's looking for the robot that pushed the old guy out of the window and that just ran from the crime scene. And he says, which one of you does not belong? And they just go, one of us, right? Identify yourself. One of us. That's the left, okay? One of us. They all speak like that. Boom. They're programmed to say so. We like Kamala. You like Kamala. You like Kamala. We love her. She's reset the race. Reset the race. You know, it's you ever see Toy Story where the claw and all the aliens are like, nothing can stop you can't go against the claw. He has been chosen. You know, like, that's what it was. Kamala has been chosen. You must bow down to her and the claw. It's like the Democrats are run by the claw. In Toy Story. You know what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. This is how they act. I don't want to be like that. I like being the side and the party that looks at an issue, a comment made about an issue, and we can disagree. And yeah, it might get heated sometimes. What happened on X over the H-1B situation got very, very heated. The visas and, Elon said things I'm sure he regrets, and Vivek phrased things in ways I'm sure he regrets. And, other folks like Laura Loomer and many other people got very, very heated. It's because we're passionate about what we think the best path forward for our country is. And folks, that's a good thing because it proves that we all care. It proves that we all care. And I'd rather a group of people, a coalition, hash issues out amongst itself passionately because the people within the coalition care. I'd rather be that than be a coalition or a monolith like the Democrats are that just follows the orders of the top dog, the chief executive, the puppeteer, because they're too afraid to cut those strings, because they're too afraid to go against what, the head honcho says, right? That's the point here. That's the point. And that's why the left looks at a debate, albeit it was a heated debate. But that's why the left looks at the debate over H-1B visas and that program that the MAGA movement, the pro-Trump crowd, the Make America Great Again, Make America Healthy Again, whatever you want to call it, coalition that just came together and won this election, they look at that debate that broke out within that coalition and they say, oh, it's a civil war, because they're not used to that. It's something they don't see often on their side. And here's the thing, right? Why do you think so many leftists, so many liberals, so many government officials always get duped by James O'Keefe? Why do you think? Because a lot of them don't know who he is. You go to a mid-level officer in the government who is a lefty, and you say, hey, have you heard about this James O'Keefe? They're going to go, who? Who? We know who they are. We watch them. They don't watch us as often. So they're not used to seeing the way that this country was founded. Debate, discussion, dissenting views, differing viewpoints, ideas being debated and hashed out and talked about based on their merits. They're not used to that. They're a cult. And we're going to talk more about that as we come back on the other side of this break. But you're listening to 1210 WPHT. It's Shawn Farash with you the entire 4 hours this morning. We're live on YouTube. We're live on the Odyssey app. And we're live on your radio dial, 1210 WPHT. Hey, the number to call in, 855-839-1210 if you want to weigh in on this issue or anything that's on your mind. You want to close out the 2024 year with me, as we are only 2 days away. And hey, I'm running a poll on X today. As soon as this show ends, we're going to nominate the 2024 Fake News Propagandist of the Year. So far, the leading contenders are Joy Reid, Rachel Mad Cow, and a few others. I got to go through the replies on that post. But if you have an idea who the 2024 Fake News Propagandist of the Year is, give us a call and nominate them, 855-839-1210. We'll be right back on the other side of the break. We'll talk about the H-1B visa system and what else needs to be fixed here in this country. Don't go anywhere. Shawn Farash, guest hosting for you here on 1210 WPHT. It's Kayal and Company. We'll be right back after this.
By now, you've heard all of our ads. America's largest injury law firm. But what does that really mean for our clients, for you? It means that when you hire us, you don't just get a lawyer, you get a legal army, almost 800 lawyers alone. That army includes an entire legal team, specialist lawyers, investigators, and a 24/7 client satisfaction staff. Just like if you were going into surgery, you wouldn't trust one person to handle the paperwork, the scheduling, the anesthesia, and the surgery. Have you ever seen a surgeon operating alone and without resources? No way. Why would you trust a small firm with your case? Your case is a big deal to us. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to slow it down. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression. Izervay or avacincaptid pegol is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Listen New Year's Eve as Penn State battles Boise State. Coverage starts at 7 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Lowe's knows how to help you save time and money, no matter the job. That's why we can deliver supplies to your job site as soon as same day, so you have more time to get the job done. Because when you need it fast, we've got you covered. Lowe's knows pros. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Something amazing is happening in data management. Even though storage needs are constantly changing, companies are only paying for what they need now. That's because CDW customized a Pure Storage Evergreen One SLA-driven storage-as-a-service solution that delivers enterprise-grade hybrid cloud storage that is effortless, efficient, and evergreen. Simplify storage administration with Pure Storage and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/purestorage.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Welcome back, 1210 WPHT. It's Kayal and Company. Shawn Farash guest hosting with you here until 10 a.m. Eastern Time. It is 5:24 Central Time here in the great state of Tennessee. 6:24 Eastern Time out there in the great state of Pennsylvania or New Jersey or wherever it is that you are hearing my voice. If you have the misfortune to hear it, of course. We're here on 1210 WPHT. We're rocking and rolling on a Monday morning. Just 2 days left in the year of 2024. We're talking H-1Bs, and I saw a couple of comments in the YouTube chat. Say, I think great seeing Sauce is saying, great to see you on again. It's great to be here. Chris Forsyth says, thanks for being here. It's great to be here. And I see a couple comments about the H-1B visa system. So let's chat about that a little bit, all right? There is a difference, a big difference. This is my opinion, right? This is my opinion, right? Here we go. This is where I stand on H-1B visas. And I posted a lot about this on X, and they were very long posts, as a matter of fact. Because there's a lot to say. And you can't just say it in a short little post. So I made quite long posts about the visa system on X. You want to follow me on X? It's at Shawn, SHAWN _Farash, FARASH. There is a difference between being America first and America only. Let me read you kind of what I wrote out on X. If you don't want to go looking for it, it's hard to kind of, I'll send it up to the top of my feed as well for anybody who wants to read along. But there is a difference between being America first and America only. Big difference. Okay. I fall into the America first category. Right? I want our country's interests to come first. I want our country's people to come first. However, I am a firm believer in the merit-based system, okay? That the most qualified candidate should get the job, that the best product should be the leading product in the free market. And some of us may agree or disagree on what the best is or who the best is, and that's obviously very subjective, right? Look, A lot of people think the iPhone is the best phone. So people like me think Android is the best phone. And we could, this has got this feature and that one's got this feature and this one has iMessage, but this one's got, it's open source. There's a lot that can be said one way or the other, okay? But what we can both agree on, because this is what the market has determined, is that both the iPhone and the Android are better than the BlackBerry, right? Because where's the BlackBerry? It's gone. It's gone. Both phones replaced it. The BlackBerry was the pioneer, so to speak, smartphone. You had the BBM on there and emails, and it was a whole new thing. And then iPhone and Android came out and kind of changed the game when it comes to smartphones, right? But that's the free market at work. That's the free market at work. I fall into the America first category, not America only. Okay? Now, if America only is your position, that's okay. That's okay, because I know you have the right intentions, right? There's no problem. But you better walk the walk and not just talk the talk to sound tough. A lot of people are like, no immigrants ever again. You can't do that. Well, I think you can't do that. But if you are an America-only person, and I don't mean to say that you're wrong, I want to point a few things out. If you do believe in America only and not America first, again, the America first position is Americans come first, America's interest comes first, okay? If you are America only, let's take a look at some of the clothes you wear. Let's take a look at the phone that you post from. The services that you subscribe to, if you're a content creator, for production, etc. Are those products and services purely fruits of American labor and American businesses? If not, then you're actively supporting something that you think should not be happening. And there's a word for that. If you're going to be a purist, that's okay. But you better not fail your own purity tests, right? I firmly believe, that Americans should get the first crack and should be prioritized for jobs here in the United States of America. I firmly believe that. You will not get me to move off of that position. That, to me, is what America first means. That, to me, is what Americans first means. Americans get the first opportunity to sufficiently fill job vacancies, period. But if we need to fill positions with skilled workers, not abuses of the system, and there are many, there needs to be a reform done to the H-1B system. There is no debate in my mind. Not only is it not perfect, because no system is perfect, okay? No system is perfect. Not only is it imperfect, but it is deeply flawed, and there are many loopholes in this system that are leading to rampant abuse that is costing Americans. That's not okay. If we need to fill those positions, though, I mentioned Americans should get the first opportunity to sufficiently fill job vacancies. If we need to fill those positions with skilled workers, because the American talent pool, think about it, which has been poisoned by DEI and education, can't fulfill those needs, then employers are going to have to look for talent outside of our country. Okay, so this means to me, you've got a job opening for a position that requires skilled labor. You've interviewed several domestic candidates, several American candidates, and you do not believe that those candidates can sufficiently fill those job vacancies, can sufficiently, or adequately fill those roles and do those jobs. What do you do? Do you just leave them open to the detriment of your business? What do you do? Well, first of all, it sends a message to America, if that is indeed the case, that we need a better and deeper talent pool. Reforming the education system would go a long way to fix that, but it would take a long time. Now, if you're an America-only person, again, fine. But America-only would mean that those positions remain vacant. because America only means only Americans fill those positions. If those employers don't believe Americans can sufficiently fill those positions remain vacant. Even if there are skilled foreign workers that could fill those positions adequately, what happens to those businesses? Well, those businesses would suffer, right? If these are key positions, I'm not talking about cash register in a 7-Eleven. I'm not talking about call center stuff or, entry-level positions. Those to me don't require skills. Or they require a certain level of skill, but not skill that is too difficult to find domestically. We don't want those businesses to suffer, though, right? Because that would lead to layoffs. And that would lead to more Americans losing their jobs. So what is the middle ground here? Because if we go America only, we're cutting off a lot of skill out there in the marketplace, right? And that could hurt. That could hurt other Americans who are working for these businesses, working for these companies that now have vacancies, wide open job vacancies, because they're told they can't hire anybody but Americans. And you've got a talent pool here in America that, has been poisoned by this DEI movement in education. Poisoned by it. It's a toxic movement. DEI is toxic, okay? Nothing good comes from DEI. Just ask Boeing, who's had one of the worst years ever. I think the only people, as many folks said to me on X yesterday, the only people who had a worse year than Boeing are Boeing's passengers. So think about it, right? Are you America first or are you America only? I firmly believe, as I said, that Americans should get the first crack. But if the talent here in America can't sufficiently fill those job vacancies, then employers will have to look elsewhere. Unfortunately, what happens with these H-1B visas is unspeakable abuse. Unspeakable abuse, where employers will look for these H-1B visa candidates because they can hire them for cheaper and then exploit them. Dangle the visa over the heads of these employees. Oh, well, if you don't work 60 to 80 hours a week, you're going back home to your country. They rob Americans, qualified Americans, of those jobs and bring in foreign workers who are fine with making a lower wage because to them it's a high wage, right? Versus what they'd be making in their own country. To them, it's a high wage. And now you have qualified Americans, they can't find a job anywhere because they're demanding more money than what these visa applicants would otherwise demand or command. The compromise, I think, that Elon Musk has finally arrived at, he says you got to raise the minimum salary significantly and add a yearly cost for maintaining the H-1B visa, making it materially more expensive to hire from overseas than domestically. Boom. And that is what America First looks like. You can hire the foreign worker, but you cannot hire the foreign worker because you think you can exploit them for a lower cost, because that hurts two people. That hurts the foreigner, whether they know it or not. That hurts them. Right? If a foreign worker comes here and makes $90,000 and thinks, wow, what a great salary, but the American worker wants $120,000 because that's what that job should pay out. The foreign worker is being exploited to the tune of $30,000 a year without even knowing, working grueling hours and really being bullied into accepting it, or else you got to go home. And the American worker is suffering because of it, because you have foreign labor undercutting their wage demands. Reasonable wage demands, by the way. What you do is you incentivize American labor. You not only do you incentivize hiring in this country, but if we can get back to, with this system, just incentivizing hiring the best people, the folks with the most refined skills, the most complete skill set, the highest level of ability, the Shohei Ohtani, right, in baseball. The reason why he got such a massive contract, Juan Soto, the reason why these guys got massive contracts is because they're good baseball players. And they got what they believed they were due. If you incentivize being the best at your craft, if you incentivize hiring the best people here, or at least giving the people in America the first crack, if they're getting passed up for foreign workers and it's actually costing these businesses more to hire those foreign workers, it's going to light a fire under the rear end of the American talent pool to get better. Because the fact of the matter is, too much of the American talent pool has been exposed to the toxicity that is diversity, equity, and inclusion. The toxicity, the poison, the woke mind virus, that diversity matters more than ability, that inclusion is more important than merit, that equity has to be the goal. Everybody winds up in the same place. No. Incentivize being the best at your craft. Incentivize being the best in the game. Incentivize competition. Iron sharpens iron. If we can get back to a purely merit-based system, we will be in such a better place. I am not against skilled foreign labor coming into this country. I'm not against it. Now, what I am against is the abuses of that system. What I am against are these foreign workers coming in here and they don't want to be American. You're coming here to work in our country. You better love what this country stands for, or you could stay home. Assimilate. I don't love this idea that, you have these people coming in training, Americans are training their replacements who are going to make far less money. You're going to get, you're on the chopping block because you cost too much. If you're the best at that job, if you do that job adequately, it shouldn't go to foreign labor because they can command a cheaper wage and be exploited. Absolutely not. But if there are, as many have thrown around the term, the best and the brightest out there, we should want those people. We should want those people. We should want more talent in our country. We don't need to bring in foreign workers and eliminate the American worker. But what we want to do is we want to incentivize being the best. Get back to a merit-based system. When we come back on the other side of the break, we're going to get to the first round of the top 10 media most horrifying moments of the year from Grabian and the great Tom Elliott, where you're listening to 1210 WPHT. Shawn Farash guest hosting for you up until the 10 o'clock hour, where Kathy Barnett is taking over and guest hosting for the great Dawn Stensland. 1210 WPHT, number to call, 855-839-1210 if you have any thoughts on the matter. We're back for the we're back on the other side of the break with number 10, 9, and 8 of the media's most horrifying moments of 2024. Don't go anywhere. We're back after this.
Your Penn State Nittany Lions are heading to the Fiesta Bowl on New Year's Eve.
Touchdown, Penn State! The Nittany Lions respond!
Penn State's postseason continues, advancing to the CFP quarterfinal to face Boise State.
He's close, he's there, touchdown, Penn State!
Catch all the action New Year's Eve starting at 7 p.m.
Kyle drive into the end zone for a touchdown.
Here on your home for Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal, and now is the time to take advantage of year-end savings at your local Piazza Auto Group dealer. Get 0% financing for up to 48 months on select new Hyundai models like the 2025 Tucson or the 2024 Santa Fe from Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown, or 0% for up to 36 months on the 2025 Mazda CX-5 and CX-30. Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading. Visit Piazza Mazda for details and additional offers before January 2nd online at piazzaautogroup.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Happy holidays to all. It's the perfect time to talk about Rescue Natural Supplements and their Deck the Hall sale, because right now you can save up to 78% on exceptional natural supplements for every area of your health. From essentials like omega-3s, probiotics, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and more. And the best part? Over a dozen health-boosting rescue products are marked down under $20. Get started. Stock up today. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. With Rescue, you can reinforce your immune system, boost energy, and reach your health goals. Again, there's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So get a head start on your health. Visit res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back, 1210 WPHT. It's Kayal and Company. Shawn Farash guest hosting all the way up until the 10 o'clock hour, where Kathy Barnett takes over and is guest hosting for the great Dawn Stenslin, as Kathy has done many times in the past. And she has her own show. I think she's got her own show going on Saturdays here on 1210 WPHT. She's amazing, Kathy Barnett, so it's awesome. What a lineup today. What a lineup today here on the best and brightest, there it is, radio station in the Philadelphia area, 1210 WPHT. Folks, we were talking H-1B, and I'm not quite done with it yet because I've got a clip that I want to play, but we're going to do that in the next hour. But right now, we're going to start the media top 10 most horrifying moments, starting with number 10. The great Tom Elliott over on X put this up yesterday. He always puts up those super cuts and these montages. If you want to follow Tom Elliott on X, he is at Tom S. Elliott, TOM, the number S, wow, did I just say the number S? Look, Jack, it's the number S, man. My gosh, I'm telling you, I'm in brain fog. At Tom, TOM, the letter S, the number S. That's great. Elliott, ELLIOTT. Tom Elliott on X. It's amazing. Look, man, I did the number S. That's one for the ages. That is one for the ages. Folks, the media top 10 most horrifying moments put together by Grabian. We'll start with number 10. This is the media talking about Joe Biden. Remember when every time he had a moment, every time he had a senior moment like I just had, calling letters, numbers, and numbers, letters, and calling out to Dedko, where's Jackie? And I got hairy legs. Remember all that? Those were called cheap fakes. Let's roll that clip.
Number 10, ignore your eyes. Those are cheap fakes.
There's a growing and insidious trend in right-wing media, broadcast, print, and social media. It is to take highly misleading and selectively edited videos of President Biden directly from Republican National Committee social media accounts and then use those videos to spread messages virally to cast doubt on President Biden's fitness for office. Here is this headline from the New York Post, quote, Biden appears to freeze up, has to be led off stage by Obama at Megabucks LA fundraiser. The full video posted by Biden finance chair on Twitter shows something entirely different. Biden reacting to applause and then walking off stage with former President Obama. It comes less than 1 week after the New York Post made a cover out of another piece of deceptively edited tape, calling him meanderer-in-chief due to what they claim was Biden walking away during a skydiving demonstration during the G7 summit last week. Biden was going over to congratulate one of the skydivers. The articles are based on cheap fakes, videos of real events that are intentionally manipulated to fool viewers.
Cheap fakes, right? Remember that? And they make it look like, no, Joe Biden was going over to congratulate the skydivers. Well, you could watch that clip, and he was going to a skydiver, but he wasn't going to the one that everybody was watching. And you had the Prime Minister of Italy going over and yanking him by the arm. They weren't cheap fakes. The dude is gone. He's out to lunch. And honestly, dementia, I don't care who's suffering from it or whatever it might be that he's got, but it's he's losing his cognitive abilities. That's sad. I mean, Joe Biden's not a great guy, and I don't, but that's a sad thing. And that's not the person who should be running the United States of America. And they told us those were cheap. You just heard the clip. They made excuses and covered it up. Cheap fakes. That was one of my favorites. Remember when Joe Biden bombed in that debate? What did mophead Karine Jean-Pierre say? Oh, yeah, jet lag and a cold. That's been probably the worst case of jet lag and the worst cold I've ever seen. All right, let's move on to number 9. CNN is shocked that Trump supporters don't believe that America isn't a democracy. Let's run this clip. Number 9.
Number 9, CNN thinks America is a democracy.
There's a lot of criticisms of Trump that he is bad for democracy, that he's bad for American democracy.
Okay, we are a republic.
We're a republic.
We are not a democracy.
Representative republic. We're not a democracy. I've heard a lot of conspiracy theories. I hear a lot of things out on the road. But to hear Americans, people who would describe themselves as patriots, say that America is not a democracy, that stopped me in my tracks.
You are hearing people say America is not a democracy because there are people around Trump who want them to be saying that, who've been planting that narrative.
Give me a break. Okay, no, lady, whoever you are, and dude, whoever you are, I forget the guy's name, all right? Because they're not worth remembering. No, America is not a democracy. Okay, and a direct democracy, which is dangerous. If you listen to me, read Ron Paul's Liberty Defined. It's one of the best reads you'll ever experience in terms of very simple what the Democrats and the Uniparty believes in is an extremely dangerous philosophy and dangerous direction to take this country. No, America is not a democracy. We use the democratic process, elections, but it is not a direct democracy. In a direct democracy, what happens? 51% rules 49%, or sometimes it's not even that wide of a margin. 50.000000001 rules 49.9999999, right? And so in that case, one person could hold all the power. And I mean, I guess, with the Electoral College and all that, it could come down to that. But the point of the matter is, there have been times where the popular vote selects one person and the Electoral College selects another person. And that's because we want states like the Dakotas, which we may merge. We might merge the Dakotas, right? We're going to take over Canada. We're going to take over Greenland. We're going to add those two beautiful states, right? We're going to have the 51st state of Canada, the 52nd state of Greenland. We're going to merge the Dakotas, and we're going to get rid of California. Back to 50 states. Okay, just kidding. But it's so that the smaller states and when I say smaller, not necessarily area-wise, population-wise, so that they still have a say. States like Idaho, Oklahoma, Kansas, the Dakotas, Wyoming, right? Hell, even smaller blue states, Delaware, Rhode Island. Do we really need Rhode Island, by the way? Can we just let one of those other blue states absorb it? It's a tiny little, it's not even an island. First of all, we got to change the name of Rhode Island. It's not an island. Anyway, we're not a direct democracy. We use the democratic process, but we are not a direct democracy. We are a constitutional republic. And they're like, the fact that I heard a lot of conspiracy theories, and then they said that we're not a democracy. Because we're not. We're not a democracy. We are not. If we were a democracy, Donald Trump would not have been sworn in as president after the 2016 election, because the popular vote picked Hillary Clinton. And the reason we don't use the popular vote is because if we did use the popular vote, 5 cities would control U.S. politics. We're a huge nation. And the views and needs and issues that are prioritized in places like California and New York, places like Chicago, Illinois, and Atlanta, Georgia, Detroit, Michigan, St. Paul, Minneapolis, up in Minnesota, right? These places, these massive cities, Philadelphia, no offense, guys, but right? New York City, places like that, Boston, these cities, Seattle, Portland, these cities, you don't want them running the whole show. You don't want them running the whole country. We don't. So that's why we're not a democracy. Because that direct democracy, the mandate of, 50 plus 1 rules over the rest is extremely dangerous. Because you can kind of hoard people into boxes the way the Democrats have done, and just, that's the way it goes. We're not a democracy. CNN they were shocked about it. Let's get to number 8. This was a good one back in the DNC. Remember when Beyonce was supposed to show up? Let's roll clip number 8 here from the top 10.
Number 8. Beyonce is performing at the DNC.
There are rumors that Beyonce might make an appearance. I personally think that that's true.
Is the United Center going to be turning into the Beehive tonight?
The Beehive is buzzing right now because the preparation for the Beehive, it has to start early.
A donor confirmed to me that she's also hearing that Beyonce is en route.
Beyonce is going to show up. Queen Bey.
Breaking Beyonce news.
Beyonce was supposed to show up at the DNC. Oh, the Beehive, here we go. It's the Is there anybody more useless? I asked this the other than Beyonce. Anybody? Remember that? Oh, Beyonce's coming. Taylor Swift is coming. The British are coming. There was a whole, you know what that was about, right? Their lineup at the DNC was so weak. There was no reason for people to watch. So they had to dangle the carrot in front of the horse and be like, no, if you watch long enough, you'll get Beyonce. Who cares? Honestly, who cares? But they made a big deal about, it's Queen Bee. Oh, wow, here she comes. She's going to perform at the DNC. And then remember, Kamala Harris gave her like $2 million to not perform in Houston. I mean, those are some of my favorite moments back in the DNC. They're making a big deal. They act like celebrities still mean anything to people. And they do. But you know what? Beyonce's a music artist, if you can call her that. I don't think her music's any good. That's me. Some people say, yeah, well, you know what? You're just fine. I don't like it. I don't think it's good. I never have. It has nothing to do with her politics. I don't think it's good. And I think her latest stab at country music is gross. I think it's just stupid. This ain't Texas. Give me a break. Give me a break. Okay? I remember that, though, with the DNC. Beyonce's coming. Beyonce's coming. Beyonce's coming. Did she come out? Nope. They made a big deal. Oh, the preparations for the Beehive have to start early. There were no preparations because there was no Beehive because there was no bee. Mainstream. People wonder why the mainstream media has no credibility anymore. People wonder, how did the media wind up? And it's not just because of Beyonce. I'm not saying the media, I'm not saying people don't trust the media because they got the Beyonce prediction wrong. I'm saying, no, it just add that to the rest of things the media said were going to happen that didn't happen. Hey, at the end of next hour, we will get to number 7, number 6, and number 5 of the media's top 10 most horrifying moments. When we start the next hour or two, we're going to wrap up some thoughts about the H-1B visa clip. H-1B visa debate amongst the right. And it was a debate. It's not a civil war. It's not people got passionate, yes. But sometimes in debates, this is what happens. You think the founding of this country, there weren't people throwing things across the room? What do you think it was? They sat down in a kumbaya circle and played patty cake until Thomas Jefferson came in with the Declaration of Independence? Of course not. There was rigorous, passionate debate in that process, just like we have now. And that is okay. That is healthy. As long as, look, here's the thing. Differing viewpoints are a good thing. Hostile reactions to differing viewpoints, that's a bad thing. And I'll admit, sometimes when I hear things that I don't agree with, I get angry. It's a flaw. It's not a good thing, okay? All of us could do better. But I welcome differing viewpoints, and I welcome debate. I welcome we open the marketplace of ideas, and we let it do its thing. We have a clip from Scott Jennings we'll play next hour. Common sense about the H-1Bs. Don't go anywhere. We just wrapped up hour 1 here on 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, Shawn Farash, guest hosting for you all the way up until the 10 o'clock hour, where the great Kathy Barnett will be filling in for the great Dawn Stensland. Don't go anywhere. We're back right after this on 1210 WPHT.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details. You know, as they say, one person's personal information is another person's treasure.
Exactly. That's why I use NordVPN every time I surf the web. Features like Threat Protection Pro's safeguard devices from phishing websites and disable intrusive ads and trackers. Just check NordVPN.com, grab the deal, and see for yourself. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Attention December holiday shoppers. TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating holiday deals all month long. Wranglers, Grand Cherokees, Compasses, and Ram trucks as low as $269 per month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Example 2024 Jeep Compass. VIN number SD505785. 4-cylinder auto, power steering, power brakes, AC, MSRP 33840. CEL. Payments of $269 a month for 42 months with $45.99 due at inception. TOP 16166. 7,500 miles per year. Residual $18,950. $595 acquisition fee. Tier 1 credit through Stellantis Financial includes $4,000 in rebates. Price includes all costs except for licensing costs, registration fees, taxes, and $599 doc fee. Offer not valid with trade-in. Ends 1/2/25.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
The working families of Laona Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
For the area's finest dining experience with fabulous cuisine, extensive wine list, and waterfront views of the Philly skyline, visit the River Winds Restaurant in West Deptford, New Jersey. Enjoy entrees that feature certified Black Angus steaks and the freshest seafood while overlooking the Delaware River. River Winds can host your next special event. They'll plan your holiday party, family gathering, or corporate meeting in one of their newly renovated waterfront rooms, each with a private deck. For an incredible dining experience or special event, theriverwindsrestaurant.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Have you ever tried something for the first time and then wondered how you ever got along without it? That's how thousands of new Navage users describe their first experience. Once they feel sinus relief and can breathe clearly again, many wonder why it took them so long to experience the Navage difference. Navage uses refreshing saline and gentle suction to quickly suck out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Stop suffering from congestion and start feeling better again with Navage. Brand new look, same great product.
Are you worried about your roof handling the next storm?
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we provide top-quality roofing services that fit your budget and stand the test of time.
And our team of roofing experts ensures your home stays safe and dry with durable, reliable roofing solutions to any problems you may have. Plus, at Emmons, we offer free inspections and free estimates.
So call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Get the vehicle that's on your wish list with year-end savings from the Piazza Auto Group. For a limited time, get an incredible 0% APR for up to 72 months available on the all-new Honda Prologue from Piazza Honda in Langhorne, Philadelphia, Pottstown, Reading, and Springfield, or the new 2024 ZDX from Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester, also with 0% financing. Contact your local Piazza Honda or Piazza Acura dealer, or you can shop online, Piazza Honda and PiazzaAcura.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Hour 2 underway here on 1210 WPHT. It's Kayal and Company. Shawn Farash guest hosting until 10 a.m. where the great Kathy Barnett will take over and be filling in for Dawn Stensland here on 1210 WPHT. We're rocking and rolling here. Hour 2, 7:04 on the East Coast, 6:04 here in the great state of Tennessee. We love it. Beautiful state. I did very well there, by the way. And I did very well in Philadelphia, too, despite the fact that the people booed me. But that's a term of endearment, right? In your city, you booed Santa Claus, too. And you booed the Liberty Bell. That's why it cracked. I only joke a little bit. You know, I did like to say, in the spirit of the old show, Whose Line Is It Anyway? Right? Remember the Irish drinking song? I did this once in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. At a summer camp I went to. A bunch of Pennsylvanians were there. Us, a group of New Yorkers were there. Years ago, but I said, I'd like to tell you something. It's just a simple fact that if the bell was in New York, it never would have cracked. Oh, right? There it was. And they were very upset with me for doing that. But, you know, it's called we do a little trolling, right? We do a little trolling. I want to wrap up this H-1B visa debate. You know, Scott Jennings over on CNN, he did a great job during the election and seems to be a pretty common sense guy. One of my favorite Scott Jennings clips is when he's talking about Daniel Penny and Luigi Mangione. And he's like, you know, Luigi Mangione's one of the bad guys and Daniel Penny's one of the good guys. And, you know, the panel's going crazy over his chart. And, you know, he gets a little silly. He says, it's my chart. You don't like it? Make your own chart. It's so funny. But he has a very common sense approach to the H-1B visa debate. And again, I'm not saying that the system is perfect, because it is far from it. Now, there is no such thing as a perfect system if the system is indeed run by human beings, because humans are imperfect, right? There's no such thing as a perfect system, but we could strive to get as close to perfect as possible. And the H-1B system is without question nowhere near perfect. And again, one of the reasons why I think foreign workers and foreign labor isn't the worst thing is if we're bringing in foreign workers that have skills, better skills than some of the folks that are here in the United States of America, then I'm okay with that, because it should motivate Americans to wind up, positioning ourselves in our talent pool, put our talent pool in a better position than foreign talent pools and foreign candidates, right? If you don't want people like Shohei Ohtani coming into Major League Baseball, then perhaps we should produce better baseball players all around. Now, it's tough to do it when you have a generational talent like Shohei Ohtani, but my point is, if you don't want to lose your job to the foreigner, then be better than the foreigner. Now, I know in some cases with the H-1B, it's not necessarily a matter of, are you better than them? It's in a lot of cases, they're going to come here and work for a lesser wage. That's not acceptable, right? That's why Elon's proposal now, it's not just Elon's, but he came to this. A lot of people were saying, no, we have to make it so that companies are incentivized to hire American. And if you're going to hire foreign labor, it should be more expensive to do that, not less expensive, because that gives them the incentive to tell Americans to go pound sand. And we don't want that either. So I want to play this clip from Scott Jennings on CNN talking about the H-1B visa debate and his common sense approach. Let's roll this Jennings clip.
Let's jump straight to our panel. Scott Jennings, I don't want to go into a deep dive of Saved by the Bell with you. I have no doubt you have an encyclopedic knowledge of it. It just seems like something you would have an encyclopedic knowledge of. But I think the bigger picture here, because on the policy, this is a huge issue that has long existed in terms of a division between certain parts of the Republican Party. And then also on the coalition, the political coalition. The president-elect won the popular vote in large part because he was able to put together these two very key components of the coalition. How long-standing and potentially harmful do you think this fight could get?
Let me just start with Kelly Kapowski, if you're listening. Hi. Number two, look, there's always been a push and pull on this in the Republican Party, and I think there's a way to work this out and solve it. I mean, I think what a lot of people would say is, and Elon Musk was making this point, if you take like the top 1% or the top 0.1% of the most talented engineering people from other countries, that's perfectly fine. H-1B visas for that. They're unique. They have unique talent, unique innovative skills. Fine. If you're using the H-1B program to abuse it, to recruit, interns, accountants, other people that easily could be recruited from the United States of America, all because you just want to do it cheaper, that's not fine. So I think what a lot of people in the party want to do is eliminate the fraud in this H-1B program, retain the top engineering talent, and there's a way to do this. What Ramaswamy did yesterday was not a great communications exercise, and it did anger a lot of people in the president's coalition, and I think rightfully so.
Guys, I appreciate, A, you pulling that off, B, you putting up with Scott's Kelly Kapowski commentary.
Tiffany, if Tiffany's watching
honestly,
the lead,
if she's watching the lead forever. I appreciate you guys very much. See you in the new year. Thank you.
The great Scott Jennings on CNN. It's always funny because you have to believe, like, if you're on a panel with Jennings, or whether you're, live or you're virtual with the little boxes on the screen, that because Scott Jennings is on that panel, that there's a chance that your stupidity might go viral because he's going to call it out. So you got to be careful. Got to be careful, right? It's like when Bongino and Geraldo used to scream at each other on Fox. Geraldo had to know that the clip was going to go viral because Dan was going to get very upset and start calling him out. And it makes for great TV, though. I'll tell you what, I don't love watching everybody agree all the time. Yes. Oh, yes. I love that point. Great point. Emma, what is that? And you might as well have one person just talking if the whole group is going to be one voice, one mic. So it's nice to see, as aggravated as Jessica Tarloff is on the 5, or Marie Harf is, or some of these people, on Fox. Oh, I can't stand Juan Williams. I can't stand them. They're a liberal. Like, I don't like their views, but it makes for good TV. right? It makes for good TV. And so, Jennings plays that role. But you see what he says. The abuse is not okay, but recruiting the best and the brightest, if that's all that system is used for, I believe is great. I believe that's great. Again, if you're only bringing in the top 0.01% of the world's best and brightest, that's fine. When you start, we saw the abuses over the weekend. People were screenshotting the H-1B visa database of job vacancies. You got cooks and, like as Jennings says, accountants, folks that you could fill those positions in the United States. And the reason why you're not is because you're trying to fill them cheaper from outside the country. Now, that is a detriment to our people. And that is strongly against the America First platform. Not okay with that. However, if you're looking for an engineer and you've interviewed several American candidates, and now you are interviewing a foreign candidate whose qualifications and skill set and ability to basically sell him or herself, he or she has done it better than some of these American candidates, and you want to hire that person because you believe they are the most qualified and they are the candidate that can best execute the duties and the role, the duties of that role and of that position, I don't have an issue with that. As long as we're not doing it because you're undercutting the wage demands of Americans, that's fine. What that does now is it takes those American candidates and it says to them, look, in this case, you weren't the best. You've got to be better. And, accountability is a funny thing. Sometimes it sucks to be told you're not the best. Sometimes it sucks to be told you got to get better, but sometimes it's what you need. Sometimes those, a lot of you guys and gals listening, watch baseball, and your top prospect comes up to the major leagues and is horrible. It has to be sent down. You got to be better at the plate. You got to be better in the field. You got to be better in the clubhouse before you can come back to this team, before you can play in the big leagues. That's the point. The meritocracy, when it runs purely on the best get rewarded and the ones who finish second and third understand that they've got to continuously improve in order to be earning the top rewards, that is a race to the top. What DEI does to the American student and the American workforce and the American population is a race to the bottom. Because essentially the E in DEI, it's the worst part, right? Inclusion, whatever. Diversity, okay. Equity, no. We all wind up in the same place? No. Equality, we all get the same opportunities. And the best candidate earns the opportunity. We all get the same chance. There's no discrimination. Hey, I don't want to hire you because you're black. I don't want to hire you because you're white. I don't want to hire you because you're Hispanic. I don't want to hire you. That's not cool. On the reverse side of that, though, hey, I want to hire you not because of your skills, but because of your ethnicity. No, that's silly. And what do we say all the time about, pilots? I don't care if I have a black pilot or a green pilot or a blue pilot or a dead pilot. Listen to me. Can the pilot land the plane, fly the plane and land the plane safely? Can they get me from point A to point B safely? That's all I care about. I don't care what they look like. I don't care what religion they are. I don't care what their favorite movie is. I don't care what their favorite food is. I don't care what country they were born in. Can they land? Can they fly and land safely and get me from point A to point B, where in my mind, whoever's flying this plane is an afterthought. It doesn't matter to me. These days, it's like, I really hope I don't have a DEI pilot. I really hope we don't have a DEI pilot. Or for that matter, a DEI air traffic controller. Right? Equity kills. It's dangerous. I'd rather know that it's like, look at the Jets for an example. The Jets may actually... They may benefit from a little bit of DEI, because they certainly don't know how to find the best of the best, or they just wind up ruining them. Who knows? No, but seriously, give me the best of the best. Don't just hire candidates because they check a box because, well, this one's gay and we need that one. And this one's black and we need that one. And this one's Hispanic and we need one of those. It's disgusting. Reward the best candidates. Reward ability. It's very simple. Okay? I mean, just imagine this. Go to like any, let's say, weightlifting competition. And you have competitor A lifts the most weight and the heaviest weight. But, well, you can't be the winner because too many white people win. So we have to go with that. I mean, what's the point of lifting the most weight? You see? What's the point of lifting the most weight if my race determines whether I win or not? What does that result in? That results in the entire talent pool, the entire makeup and composition of the competition saying, well, obviously, if merit's not rewarded, then I'm just not even going to try. I'm just going to show up, do what I got to do, get paid for my appearance, and go home. If your ability doesn't determine what medal you win, what's the point of even trying to be the person with the highest level of ability, the highest level of skill? There is no point. That's what I'm saying. We get back to incentivizing being the best. We don't even have to worry about foreign workers because we are the best. We will produce the best. But right now, the problem is, I think the education system has poisoned the American talent pool, where so many people believe that it's okay to be lazy and it's okay to not care about ability. Not everybody. There's a lot of talent here in the United States. Is there enough to meet the demands of the workforce? That remains to be seen. If there isn't, I wouldn't be shocked because of what DEI has done to education. We'll get back after this. Maybe a little more about the H-1B system, or maybe we'll just get into the next hoax that's out there. Bird flu. They're trying to do it again. And the same experts that we were told to blindly follow, remember, the left has that cult mindset, blindly follow the experts. They're back. Some of the same idiots that we were subjected to in the COVID era are back, and they're like the Hess truck. The Hess truck's back, and it's better than ever. These people are back, and they're not better than ever. They're worse than ever. We'll get to that as we get back here on 1210 WPHT on the other side of this break. Shawn Farash guest hosting with you until 10 a.m. on 1210 WPHT. We'll be right back after.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there's no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. My good friends at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every window and door you buy. That's right, 40% off every expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you'll get 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. The offer is for a limited time only, so act quickly. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Hey guys, it's Jim Costa from Cash the Ticket. If you're planning on betting the NFL playoffs, buckle up. Betting football's hard enough as it is. We're doing the research for you. So listen to Cash the Ticket with Mike Valeni and I. We'll be dropping new episodes for every single playoff game. And that's going to be storylines leading into it, so some good football stuff, but also the betting nuggets you're looking for. Sides, totals, trends, player props, throw those in there too. Pre-game and post-game, we're going to be all over the postseason. Subscribe to Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here. Recently met with some of my friends from the Piazza Auto Group, and we were test driving the 2025 Hyundai Tucson, the brand's most popular SUV. Its bold new design has plenty of cargo space, while its standard all-wheel drive and great gas mileage keeps you prepared for any adventure. It also protects you and your family with best-in-class safety. Visit Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown off Route 422 or Piazza Hyundai of Westchester on Route 202 and online anytime at piazzahyundai.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Right now, save 50% on all window styles, plus a bonus 10% off and 0 interest for 6 years. Hurry, sale ends December 31st. Call Window Nation today to schedule your fast, free in-home estimate or visit windownation.com.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKappliances.com.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Welcome back to Kayal & Company, 1210 WPHT. Shawn, Farash, guest hosting for you here until the 10 o'clock hour, where the great Kathy Barnett will be filling in for the great Dawn Stensland here on 1210 WPHT as we continue to close out 2024. Just two days left. It's unbelievable that we're on the doorstep of 2025. And if you think Project 2025 is bad, wait until I tell you about Project 2026. It's tremendous. It's going to be incredible. I have to say that. You know, Nick Kayal, he posted on X over the weekend. He said he went to Disney on Ice with his family, and there was no woke nonsense in the performance, and the Lion King was part of the feature. And he said, this is great. He said that the one thing he could remember when Rafiki came out, you know, the baboon. We love Rafiki. He's a baboon with a beautiful red rear end. Look at that, Rafiki. But he said that all he could think about is what me as Trump on when I come on Fridays. What they did to Mufasa was terrible. Horrible thing what they did to him. It's a disgrace. That was funny to hear that this weekend. Pretty funny. And then you had, of course, some Debbie Downer. Oh, why can't you just leave politics out of his being funny? Lighten up. Lighten up. We're having a good time. All right, we're going to talk about bird flu, guys and gals. Do not can I just say this right off the bat? Don't comply. Don't comply. Again, this was my thought process during COVID, okay? If you're afraid of the virus, be afraid. I don't necessarily think it's something to fear, but if you have a pre-existing condition or one of the common comorbidities of COVID, then by all means, take the precaution you need to take. I don't have a problem with people wearing masks. I don't think they're necessary. I don't think it does anything. However, If you believe the mask keeps you safe, if you believe that is something that, is that something that will protect you from a pathogen that could harm you, by all means wear it. Because if you believe it works, then you wearing it is enough. Right? I mean, let's talk about the beach. You go to the beach, you put on your sunscreen, right? I don't like sunscreen. I think it's dangerous, whatever. You're basically slathering on these oils and then it's baking into your skin. And people wonder why they're getting skin cancer. They blame the sun. I blame the chemicals that are baking onto your skin. We have differing opinions there too, whatever. Okay. But if you go to the beach and you put on your sunscreen, it protects you, right? If I put on my sunscreen at the beach, but my buddy doesn't, because I'm wearing it, doesn't keep him from getting sunburned. You understand? So the same is to be said about masks. The same is to be said about vaccines. If the vaccine works, then get your vaccine. You're good. If the mask works, then wear your mask. You're fine. The fact of the matter is they didn't work. And it's been proven. So you got this bird flu situation now breaking out. And I say breaking out. It's not the virus that's breaking out. It's fear again. Think about what fear did with COVID during the COVID era. Think about what fear did. People were so afraid of this mystery pneumonia. Oh, it's a virus that we have not seen before. It's a new version of SARS. And there's no doubt about it. It affected some people really, really badly. There's no doubt about the fact that some people died from this virus. People die from the flu every year, right? We don't shut the country down. We don't shut the world down once every year because the flu's going around, okay? But people got so fearful, so manipulated by that fear, so caught up in the hysteria, right? That folks were convinced they had to buy 96 rolls of toilet paper to make it through a 14-day period of time. And if you believed that, if you genuinely believed that you were going to go through 96 rolls of toilet paper in 14 days, you're dealing with something that is a lot worse than COVID. Okay? The experts are back. This is my favorite right in the beginning of COVID. You must trust the experts. You must not question the experts, but you must trust the experts. Okay, well, if they're experts, they should be able to demonstrate their expertise, right? Let's go back to baseball. Shohei Ohtani doesn't just walk up to the plate and have a home run awarded to him because he hits a lot of them. He still has to swing the bat. He still has to demonstrate that he's a quality baseball player if he wants to keep playing baseball. And when I hear that Fauci's an expert and Deborah Birx is an expert and Leanna Wen is an expert and all these people, okay, great. How come the experts can't take questions? You may not question the experts. That's going to get people hurt. How? If they're experts, they should be able to answer questions. Here we go. Post-millennial health experts, in air quotes, warn against a, quote, rise in bird flu, encourage Biden's FDA to authorize vaccines for vulnerable people. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. So we're going to go to Leanna Wen, and she is now pushing for this bird flu vaccine and mass testing. You know why they're doing it? You know why they want to push for mass testing, right? You know why they want to push for mass testing? Because they want there to be numbers to count. CNN wants to put the counter on the screen again. Here's how many cases, and it keeps going up, and we have to be afraid, and so they can submarine the golden era of the United States. I'm not saying people aren't going to get sick. I'm not saying that. I was never one of these people with COVID where I said there's no virus. There was a virus. I had it, okay? There was a virus. I'm not one of these people that were people, no, it doesn't exist. No, it exists. But I don't think the measures that were mandated on all of society were helpful in any capacity. Again, if you want to wear sunscreen at the beach, wear it. But it doesn't mean that everybody has to wear it under the penalty of the law. You understand what I'm saying? So we're going to go to Leanna Wen, because here's Leanna Wen, a mask fanatic, a COVID vaccine fanatic, talking about how we need mass testing, we need vaccines, there's a new virus on the rise, Trump's not going to take it seriously. So let's roll this clip of Leanna Wen talking about how we need the bird flu vaccine.
What should be happening in the Biden administration right now that isn't going on?
Yeah, there are two main things that they should be doing in the days that they have left. The first is to get testing out there. I feel like we should have learned our lesson from COVID that just because we aren't testing, it doesn't mean that the virus isn't there. It just means that we aren't looking for it. We should be having rapid tests, home tests available to all farm workers, to their families, for the clinicians taking care of them, so that we aren't waiting for public labs and CDC labs to tell us what's bird flu or not. And the second very important thing is, this is not like the beginning of COVID where we were dealing with a new virus, we didn't have a vaccine. There actually is a vaccine developed already against H5N1. The Biden administration has contracted with manufacturers to make almost 5 million doses of the vaccine. However, they have not asked the FDA to authorize the vaccine. There's research done on it. They could get this authorized now and also get the vaccine out and to farm workers and to vulnerable people. I think that's the right approach, because we don't know what the Trump administration is going to be doing around bird flu. If they have people coming in with anti-vaccine stances, could they hold up vaccine authorization? If they don't want to know how much bird flu is out there, could they withhold testing? I mean, that's a possibility. And I think the Biden administration in the remaining days should get testing and vaccines widely available, so that at least it empowers state and local health officials and clinicians to do the right thing for their patients.
Dr. Wen, is bird flu in humans super dangerous?
Well, the World Health Organization estimates that in prior outbreaks of the bird flu, that the mortality rate is 52%. 52%. However, in this most recent outbreak, it seems that most cases have been mild, and maybe some people even have asymptomatic infection. But the question is, we don't know what happens when bird flu affects more vulnerable individuals. People infected so far in the US have been mainly farm workers who are working, presumably generally healthy, as opposed to what happens when you get to children, to pregnant women, to older individuals with chronic illnesses. We don't know how deadly, how dangerous bird flu is going to be for those individuals. And again, that's one more reason why we don't want it to spread and acquire more mutations.
There she goes. That was my favorite part of COVID.
You know what this all means, right?
That means we're all going to die.
No, she's just trying to say in code, if you are like us, we could read between the lines. Like, well, because it's not too long before Donald Trump takes office that we need to create this emergency. Now, if this were Kamala Harris that was getting ready to take it off, we wouldn't even give it a second thought. But because it's Donald Trump, and we had to throw like somewhat of an obstruction into his presidency, because we just cannot have this happening. And we need to understand these things, and they have to. This is what she's trying to tell you.
Well, and she also brings up this. I had never heard of this before, that half of the people who got bird flu in the past died. She said a 52% mortality rate. I feel like we all would have kind of known that, but she's talking about the world, and then the World Health Organization, the same World Health Organization that said there are no person-to-person transmissions of COVID-19. Really? Come on. So this woman here, and then she brings up, of course, asymptomatic carriers, which is that was my favorite symptom of COVID, having no symptoms. That's you don't know if you have it, so go ram something up your nose every day and make sure that you don't have it, because if you do and you're carrying it asymptomatically, you could be killing grandma in the supermarket. This lady is nutso.
I don't think people are going to go for it again. I really don't.
No, I don't think they're going to go for it again either, and I'll tell you why. The mainstream media has lost their influence, and it's the fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me, right? You got me one time. All right. Dang, you got me in a scam, Mr. Nigerian Prince. But if you think the next time in your emails that it's actually the Nigerian prince and you turn over your social security number and your bank account again,
right?
It's the same scam, just with a different Nigerian prince, so to speak. The virus here and this whole reaction to this virus is the Nigerian prince in your email. If you fall for it again, you deserve everything that's coming to you. Okay.
But it goes back to what you said before, Shawn. It's, I'm not going to sit there and tell you that these diseases do not exist and that they do not harm people. And there is reason to be cautious. I have no problem with that. Yes, be very vigilant. Take it very seriously. It's when people start to shame you or start arguing with you because you're not taking it seriously. That's what bothers me, is they act like you're not taking it seriously, that you don't care. And that's not the case. Yeah, be very vigilant. Be very, very cautious of how it will affect you. I have no problem with that. But when they start yelling at you, oh, shame on you that you don't want to wear a mask, or shame on you that you don't want to take a vaccine.
The thing is, though, Jim, right? If you are such a strong believer in masks and you're telling me that they work, then the one that's on your face is enough.
Yeah, and good for you.
That's it.
And getting back to your analysis about sunscreen, it may not work for you, but for me, and you see how I look. I got to put that on with a paint roller if I want to go to the beach.
It works for me. I just don't like wearing it. I think I might be doing more harm than good. Maybe there's natural sunscreens. There are natural ones that are free of chemicals that'll work just as well for me, and I'm more likely to put those on. But I'll tell you what, if Jim Kelly wears his sunscreen, and Shawn Farash doesn't wear his sunscreen, I could still get sunburned. All right. It's so that the argument then comes to the mask. Well, if the mask protects you, just like the sunscreen protects you, it protects you. That's it. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, if it works, then me wearing it only puts, or not wearing it, would in theory only put me at risk.
Right. Jim Kelly needs sunblock 8,000, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah. Jim Kelly's very fair skinned. That's okay.
He needs he needs the 8,000, and it does a 10,000 definitely. But yeah, I mean, everything affects somebody differently. But this reminds me of going back about 40 years ago when people were very, very concerned about the AIDS crisis. That's all you heard about. And it was very, very scary times at that point because nobody knew what it was. We were just starting to learn about it and what was going to be happening. But they didn't lock the country down because of the AIDS crisis or any other crisis. You cannot lock a country down. You cannot lock people away. And as you said, we saw what it did last time. You can't do it to people. You just cannot.
No, you can't. And Deborah Birx was one of the main perpetrators of the fear and the scare tactics in peak COVID era under Trump. And she even admitted in a couple of press conferences with her scarves, she looked like a flight attendant that was wearing tablecloths to work, right? This woman had she had quite the scarf wardrobe, I'll tell you, right? But this woman even admitted during the beginning of COVID, while Trump was still president, that yes, if you die with the virus, we are counting it as you dying of the virus, which is where the greatest meme, I think, of all time, man eaten by shark dies of COVID, came from, because that's what it was. If you died with it, they marked you down as dying of it. So there was a high death count, and you were getting people who died in car accidents being listed as COVID deaths, or people who are dying of heart attacks being listed as COVID deaths. And to this day, the only person that I can remember that died, tested positive of the virus, and was not listed as a COVID death was George Floyd. Interesting. Why? Because that fit a different narrative in 2020. But Deborah Birx is out there talking about how we have learned from COVID. We should have learned from COVID. Well, a lot of us have learned from COVID, but not the way that Deborah Birx wanted us to have learned from COVID. But we have this clip, so let's play this. Let's play this clip with Deborah Birx talking about learning from COVID. Let's run with this one.
But it sounds like it doesn't. It sounds like from what you're laying out, you don't think this country has learned from the COVID pandemic. And there's not a sense of urgency right now.
Our agencies are making the same mistakes they made with COVID. The number two principle of pandemic is detect. And the only way to detect for viruses is to test. You cannot see a virus through symptoms. You miss so many cases. Yet we're still talking about flu-like illness.
You don't need to see every case. It's flu season. We just had this conversation 2 weeks ago with the insanity that was the drones over New Jersey. Again, just like the virus, I admit the drones existed, right? They were there. People don't know what they were, but some people got airplanes confused for them. Some people got stars confused for them. Some people got geese confused for drones, right? The drones were there, just like the virus is there. However, not everything in the sky is a mystery drone that presents a risk to you. Some people just fly their drones because it's a fun hobby, myself included. Just like back in the 2020 time period, not every cough was COVID, okay? And then you had the nutso, right? Well, I saw a drone and now I have a runny nose. It's December. It is cold and flu season. You are not sick because you saw something in the sky. You're sick because you're sick, because this is the time of year where a lot of people get sick. So now what Deborah Birx is doing is, well, we have to test so we could find every case. You don't need to find every case. How about what happened to if you feel sick, you go to the doctor? What happened to that? Because the asymptomatic nonsense, the you have it because you don't feel like you have it, that was part of the fear. That was the people looking over their shoulder, right? It was like, well, I don't feel sick today, but Scarf Lady on TV said that if I don't feel sick, it means I might actually be sick. So I might as well go ram something up my nose and find out if I'm sick or not. And there were people who were getting tested every single day. Every day. She's talking about how we learned from COVID. Yeah. And she says, well, the health agencies are making the same mistakes they made during COVID. It's not what you think it is. It's that they're listening to you. That's the mistake they're making. We're done. I didn't comply the first time. I'm sure as hell not complying this time. And when you got Leanna Wen, that crackpot on television, talk about, well, the first time bird flu came out, 52% mortality. I don't remember hearing that. She may be right, or maybe the number's close. 52%? You're telling me that out of 1,000 people, 500 died? Out of 100 people, 50? You're telling me half the people who got this virus died? How do we still have a population? Unless the virus didn't impact a lot of people. And then she comes back with that caveat. Well, most of the cases have been mild. Oh, really? Just like COVID? Anybody who falls for the BS that those ladies are selling, listen, to quote the great George Strait, I got some oceanfront property in Arizona, and if you buy that, I'll throw the Golden Gate Bridge in free, okay? I could sell you anything if you believe what those ladies are selling. And trust me, I'm going to start selling you stuff because I'm a capitalist, and one of the things I like to capitalize on is stupidity. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. We come back on the other side of the break. We're going to get to number 7, 6, and 5 of the media's top 10 most horrifying moments of 2024, put together by Tom Elliott and Grabian. Don't go anywhere. We'll be revisiting those top 10 media horrifying moments when we come back. Number 7, number 6, and number 5. You're listening to Kayal and Company. Shawn Farash guest hosting with you up until 10 a.m., where Kathy Barnett is filling in for the great Dawn Stensland. You're listening to 1210 WPHT. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after.
Your weeknights are getting a whole lot better. With Jimmy Fallon, 7 to 10 p.m.
Back when I was a cab driver, trying to make my way in comedy and find some entree into television and radio and everything in between, I was writing articles, mocking sports culture and cancel culture and things like that. And they had booked me an interview on WPHT. They were the very first radio station to ever book me as a guest. We had a lot of laughs. So to be sitting here, 8 or 9 years later as a host in your lineup is obviously a really big deal to me personally.
Jimmy Fallon, now weeknights 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You may be ready for retirement, but is your money? Learn how to make your money work overtime. Tune in to The Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Def Leppard in concert. The return to Atlantic City. Saturday, June 28th, Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Get set to get rocked. Def Leppard, one night only. Tickets on sale now at theborgata.com. Don't miss Def Leppard.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now. RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission. $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-380-9012. 800-380-9012. Again, that's 800-380-9012.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Welcome back. Wrapping up hour 2 here on 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company. Shawn Farash filling in until 10 a.m. We're rocking and rolling as we close out the year 2024. Just 2 days left. It'll be the last time I think you hear this voice on this station until next year, 2025. Which is kind of cool, kind of sad. Crazy that 2024 is gone already. We're going to get to the media top 10 most horrifying moments of 2024. It's put together by Grabian and the great Tom Elliott. We did the number 10, number 9, and number 8 in the previous hour. And now we will get to number 7. It was the mainstream media's nonstop gaslighting over Project 2025. It's the same messaging that they're going to be using about the new bird flu. Oh, my gosh, everybody's got to be afraid of something, or else nobody's going to tune in and watch anything. You know, these people have been wrong about so much. It's there's no way anybody can trust them anymore. And I do this with our own side too, by the way. You know, I'm no fan of like the Q, you know, trust the plan people. You know, because I remember after the 2020 election, you know, I kept hearing from grifters like Derek Johnson, oh, Donald Trump is still president. You know, he's the sitting commander in chief. And I'm like, you must be a loon if you believe it. And a lot of people believed it, like the whole Q thing and like everybody's wearing a skin suit. And I'm like, you lost me. Okay. Like one guy at a Trump rally told me no matter what happens, you're always in the presence of a Kennedy, and that, you know, Trump is related to Elvis and Mike Flynn, and they're all related to Abraham Lincoln and like Jesus and like whole thing. I'm like, whoa, you know, you've gone way in. And, you know, a lot of these folks are making predictions about things that were going to happen on certain days, and then things never happened on those certain days. And I'm like, you know, every time you do that, you're going to lose credibility. We get upset when like the weatherman says it's going to be sunny and then there's clouds. Like, well, I'm not going to trust you again because you can't get the weather right. You know, same deal with these pandemic people and the mainstream media and all of the things that they say are going to happen. Project 2025 and all the hoaxes. So let's get to this. This is number 7 in the media top 10 most horrifying moments. Is the media gaslighting over Project 2025? Let's roll it.
Number 7, the media tries to scare people about Project 2025.
The far-right manifesto puts forth sealing the border, and it seeks to do so with military force. It aims to use every lever of government to find, detain, and deport undocumented people, take funding and housing away from people who are just associated with undocumented immigrants. Quote, deny loan assistance to those who are not U.S. citizens or lawful permanent residents.
I mean, listen, if that's in Project 2025, and I don't know, I guess it is. That kind of sounds like common sense to me. That doesn't sound too scary. And there are some things in Project 2025 that were like, all right, maybe that's a little much. But they kept trying to tie it to Trump. And Trump said, it's not my plan. I have Agenda 47. And it was been on his website for a long time. My favorite thing about the Project 2025 fear-mongering was that they were scaring people over policies that did not belong to Donald Trump that he disavowed, all while covering for the fact that at that time Kamala Harris had no policies listed. Just wild. The gaslighting over Project 2025. And by the way, what's wrong with the military securing a country's border? Is that not what we're doing in Ukraine? How ridiculous. Number 6 now, the media freak out over X, you know, because X started to render the mainstream media irrelevant. So, of course, X became a purveyor of misinformation. Let's roll number 6.
Number 6. Media tries to hype up the amount of misinformation on X.
After Elon Musk took over in 2022, most of its fact checkers were fired. Now the site is rife with trash talk and lies. Little would you know that this, said to be footage from Gaza, is really from a video game. Eventually, X users added a warning label. These are AI-generated images of, well, see for yourself. Did your research find that there was more misinformation spread by conservatives?
Absolutely. X has turned into a haven for the spread of misinformation. Since buying the site almost 2 years ago, Musk's site has struggled to control it on topics ranging from the election to the assassination attempt against Trump.
You see what they did there? And you know why they call X misinformation? Because the media is so arrogant, so conceited, and so fearful that they're about to be rendered irrelevant that they're basically saying, if you get information anywhere other than us, it's wrong. Because they want you to keep coming back to them to get propagandized. My favorite is that you saw Leslie Stahl there. Well, these were AI generated. Oh, you mean Joe Biden and Donald Trump didn't go hunting together and didn't cook Thanksgiving together? Really? You had to tell me that wasn't a real picture? You're telling me that that's misinformation? You mean to tell me nobody could figure that out by themselves, that Donald Trump and Joe Biden didn't cook turkey together on Thanksgiving or didn't go hunting together? You mean to tell me that? Seriously? Leslie Stahl? Leslie Stahl making a big deal, by the way, about how the fact checkers got fired by Twitter. This is the woman that, Bongino pokes fun at all the time because she said, sir, it's not verified. When Donald Trump brought up the laptop, the Hunter Biden's laptop, and she said it's not verified. And he mentioned that his campaign got spied on, and it's not verified. We know the name of the spy. Azraturk, Stefan Halper, Joseph Mifsud. We know the people who got spied on. Papadopoulos, Carter Page, Michael Flynn, among many others. There's nothing unverified about it. It's all been verified. But she wants to tell you, and CNN wants to tell you, no, if you get your information from X, well, that's misinformation. Yeah, there's a ton of nonsense that goes around on X. What is there not a ton of nonsense that goes around on the mainstream media? Like the Fine People hoax, the Suckers and Losers hoax, the Bloodbath hoax, all of the Trump lawfare, Russian collusion, like all of it. The mainstream media. So there's no misinformation on MSNBC when Rachel Madcow came on the screen. We got the tax returns. And then we looked at them and nothing. Give me a break. It's because the media wants a monopoly on messaging and information, and they're losing their power. We're going to get to number 5 now. Remember when Tim Walz was cool? J.D. Vance was weird. Let's roll that clip.
Number 5, Tim Walz is the best. J.D. Vance is the worst.
Midwestern dad, like super clean cut vibe.
Everybody likes
right?
Tim Walz.
So plain spoken and relatable.
Pretty moderate Democrat.
Very moderate record.
The new moderate.
He's right down the middle.
He's not just an old white man.
Tim Walz beats America.
Talks like a regular person.
Tim Walz is the opposite of weird. Populist approach to fear on the Republican side, and the happy populism that Tim Walz is on the ticket on the Democratic side.
Happy warriors. Happy warriors. He was certainly the happy warrior last
A
night.
happy warrior, a folksy backstory.
Wicked sense of humor. Look how happy the pig looks. That's good.
And J.D. Vance is weird, extreme, and angry.
Utter humorlessness.
It's hard to believe that J.D. Vance could be any more extreme.
It's like a freak show of bros.
Dark and ugly beneath the dignity of most politicians.
J.V. Vance.
JD is at the far extreme.
The most extreme, being one of the most extreme.
Angry and mean and dark.
This guy is really weird, y'all.
And it all fell apart on them when? October 1st, 2024. When J.D. Vance and Tim Walz had the debate, and Tim Walz looked like a clown, and J.D. Vance looked like a guy that you'd probably want to sit down and have a beer with. But he's weird. But when the truth comes out, it's really the mainstream media that's weird. Oh, he's a happy warrior. Give me a break. He's not just some old white guy. Yes, he is. And a strange old white guy at that. We'll be back with the beginning of hour 3. And at the end of hour 3, we're going to get to number 4, 3, and 2 of the media's top 10 most horrifying moments of 2024, put together by Grabian and the great Tom Elliott over on X at Tom S. Elliott. Don't go anywhere. We're going to talk a little bit more about bird flu, about Leanna Wen and Deborah Burke, Scarf Lady, why their credibility is in the toilet and should never be resurrected again. We got the New York City subway crisis. Jimmy Carter passed away. Biden made a stunning admission about Merrick Garland. We'll get to all that before we do that. Oh, we got to take a quick break. We'll come back at the beginning of hour 3, 1210 WPHT. It's Kayal and Company. Shawn Farash filling in until 10 a.m. Don't go anywhere. We're back after this.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
It's the season of savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Inflation, recession, interest rates, the Fed. How do you make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Get the Honda of your dreams during Happy Honda Days. Whether it's a rugged new Passport, Pilot with available all-wheel drive, or powerful Ridgeline. Turn your dream Honda into reality during Happy Honda Days. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 1.9% APR on a 2025 Honda Passport and a 2.9% APR on a 2025 Pilot or Ridgeline.
Visit a Piazza Honda dealer near you or shop online at piazzahonda.com.
See dealer for financing details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Tom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hour 3 here on 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, Shawn Farash filling in until 10 a.m. We're the great Kathy Barnett will be filling in for Dawn Stensland. We're having a good time this morning. It is 8:03 in the Eastern Time Zone, 7:03 here in the deep red Middle Tennessee. I got to tell you, I love this place. It's a great state. It is a great state. It is closed if you're a liberal. It is wide open if you are a conservative like me. Move to Tennessee. Let's consolidate our electoral power, shall we? You won't regret it, especially if you live in New York City, right, where the subway is a mess. The Guardian Angels are coming back. Curtis Sliwa. That's how bad it's getting. That's how bad it's getting. And we need, we need more Daniel Pennies, don't we? As Scott Jennings says, Daniel Penny's the good guy. Luigi Mangione, the bad guy. They're still fear-mongering over bird flu, ladies and gentlemen. They're fear-mongering over bird flu. They want you to be scared. They want to whip you up into hysteria because once you start with the fear and you start using, you let your emotions take the wheel, it becomes easier to make irrational decisions. You could be kind of hoarded into a pen and left vulnerable to whatever manipulation the mainstream media has in store for you. During COVID, when they started in with the fear and everything and the death clock and all that, and then they locked everything down and they forced everybody home. Well, they had you right where they wanted you, right? You were right in front of your television. You're watching the death clock. You're watching the case counter. You were getting all the new information about the lockdowns, and the media was able to just come straight to you with messaging. X was a totally different, or Twitter was a totally different platform back then. There were no free speech alternatives anywhere on the internet except really for Parler, and Rumble was in its infancy at that point in time. They had you right where they wanted. It was like fish in a barrel for the mainstream media. It was their last gasp, really, because they got that one so wrong. Whether you believe it was they got it wrong innocently and they just didn't know, or they did it on purpose because they were capitalizing on an opportunity. We could debate that down the road, but the bottom line is they got it wrong, and that was the beginning of the end for the mainstream media with their credibility. But here's Deborah Birx. This is from August, right? They're talking about bird flu. They were talking about it back in August, and she comes back to this stupid asymptomatic thing. It's my least favorite. And I'm not saying asymptomatic cases aren't real. I can remember all the way back into first grade, I kept getting strep throat. There was somebody in my class who was a carrier of the virus or of the infection of the bacteria. And I just kept getting it. Now I haven't had it since. I'm pretty sure I'm immune to it now. I got it like 20 times that year or something, but it was insane. Like every other week, strep throat. It was crazy. Right. So asymptomatic, cases are a thing, or some people don't get as bad of a case, or some people get the case and they feel it like a little tickle in their nose and they don't think anything of it because it feels like allergies or a mild cold. Right. But, now she's talking about testing asymptomatic cows. Like, what? Let's roll this clip from Deborah Birx talking about the asymptomatic cases. That's the biggest fear. The biggest piece of fear porn you could ever find is this asymptomatic nonsense. Let's play this clip.
We're not testing to really see how many people have been exposed and got asymptomatically infected. We should be testing every cow weekly. You can do pooled PCR. We have the technology. The great thing about America is we're incredibly innovative, and we have the ability to have these breakthroughs. We could be pool testing every dairy worker. I do believe that there's undetected cases in humans because we're once again only tracking people with symptoms. When we did that with COVID, the virus spread throughout the Northeast undetected, because it took a long time to get to the vulnerable individuals. But in the meantime, hundreds of thousands of people were infected with asymptomatic or mild disease and never came to medical attention. We have to switch from symptoms to actually definitive laboratory testing. We have the capacity.
You don't need to do that. You don't need to test every cow. Do you hear this woman? Now, it's a grift. Of course, she's got friends in the industry. Hey, Deborah, go on the air, push testing so we can sell some tests. Yeah, I mean, come on. We all know what's going on here. If you're like an online influencer, you're supposed to say that this is an ad. That's what she's doing. That plus the fear porn. We have to test every cow. We have to test every dairy. You have to test every cow. Did the ladies on The View, did they agree to that? There's 4 cows right there that I don't know if we're going to want to do testing every day. That's right. I said it. Right, Jim? This is Mark Levin.
Let me just say this about The View. There are a bunch of idiots on The View. That's right. I said it. Whoopi Goldberg sitting out there and Joy Behar. You're not funny at all. You're not funny at all. You're just an idiot.
Can I say that, Mr. Producer? I love that.
Can I say that, Mr. Producer? It's a great time. Shut up, you idiot.
Oh, I love it. I love that's one of the best Levin impersonations I think I've ever heard.
Really
did we clear that with The View, the ladies on The View, that every cow has to be tested? I don't know. Someone should ask Deborah Birx.
Did we clear that? Did I say that?
Someone should ask Deborah Birx if The View agreed to that. Look, this whole, we got to test everything that moves because we got to know where the virus is at all. You're not going to, that doesn't do anything. How does that not do anything? All right, let's say I get tested every morning before I show up to work, right? If I'm working in public, right? When I used to work in a paint store, let's say before I showed up to my paint store, every single morning I went to an urgent care, I got a rapid COVID test, and I made sure that it was negative before I showed up. And that was the only test I took that day. And then I encounter hundreds of people throughout the day and then go home. Well, how do I know I didn't just get it? So we're testing everything that moves. But unless you're constantly testing, because you're not going to know where the virus is anyway. I could go to urgent care, get my test, go to a gas station, buy a cup of coffee from the cashier who has it. He could give it to me. I may not know that I have it until the next time I test, which could be the next day. It doesn't do anything. All it does is sell more tests and whip up more hysteria, which is what she wants to do.
Of course. Is that a green scarf she's wearing, like a fluorescent green, or is that?
Yeah, it's I don't know. She's got the scarves, and that's like her thing. So now, like, she's known as the scarf lady. So she just keeps coming out. Now that was from August. We have to test every cow. Shut up. Just stop.
Just
and
shut
Leanna
up, you
Wen.
idiot.
Exactly. And Leanna Wen, the one we played before. She is a vaccine mandate fanatic. She was, we can't get mandates soon enough. We can't get the mandates soon enough. She loves the COVID vaccine mandates, loves them. Let's roll this clip from.
We need to have them. We need to have them by January 20th. Please, by the time of the inauguration, we need to have these by January 20th at 12
That was the
p.m.
testing. And she's talking about the testing in that clip, but we're going to go back in time to Leanna Wen. This is who is demanding that we start testing and that we have vaccines ready to go. This is the woman. Again, this is the woman who people think we should trust. She's the one who basically said that vaccine mandates are going to make all the difference when the vaccine didn't work in the first place. Let's roll this clip. Leanna Wen loves vaccine mandates. Listen to this.
One other thing that we're seeing now, and I think this is a response to the rise of Delta, is more willingness among governmental authorities and others to mandate the vaccine. We saw that yesterday the VA said it's going to require the vaccine for its employees. We saw the mayor of New York, the governor of California. Do you anticipate seeing more in this vein, more requirements?
Yes, and it cannot come soon enough. We have hit a wall when it comes to vaccinations in this country. We're just not going to get anywhere close to the vaccine levels that we need in order to prevent another surge of coronavirus and the development of new mutations and new variants over time. Really, what we need to do is to make a decision as a society. I mean, we have laws, for example, against drunk driving. You can drink in your home or in private if you would like. But we have a law saying that if you want to get behind a wheel where you could potentially endanger other people, then that's not allowed. That's against the standards of conduct in our society. I think at some point we need to make a similar decision about the vaccine. You can remain unvaccinated if you so choose. But if you want to be in public and potentially could be infecting others with a dangerous and sometimes fatal disease that's highly transmissible, then there's an obligation of society. I mean, I think you could have an opt-out the way that France, for example, or Italy and other countries are doing, saying that if you want to be in bars, restaurants, movie theaters, etc., either be vaccinated or have proof of a recent negative test. I hope that we move in that direction as a country here, because at the end of the day, I don't really understand why people have the choice to be infecting our vulnerable children or immunocompromised people, or even others who have taken the responsible choice to get vaccinated.
Drunk driving? Did you hear what she said? That was back in 2021 with the Delta. Remember the Delta variant? Ooh, the scary Delta variant that was out there spreading. And we got to lock down the schools again. Kids got to wear, diapers on their faces now and fabric all over the place. Delta. She wants to equate it to being something as deadly and as horrible as drunk driving, and that should be the standard. That's the woman. That was back from 2021. The clip that we played earlier in the show last hour was from recently, 2024. We're still putting this lady on the air. The only reason why anybody would want to give this lady any airtime is because they know that she can whip up a bunch of hysteria, a bunch of fear. And what is it that I always say, right? When it comes down to people on our side, whether it's drones or it's anything, right? Fear sells. Fear sells, okay? The reasonable take usually doesn't sell because you hear somebody say something reasonable and you're like, all right, that's nothing novel. So people have to kind of one-up themselves, right? Well, we have to do vaccine mandates. Well, if we don't do vaccine mandates, people are going to get sick. It's the same thing as drunk driving, and we have to do it or else everyone's going to die. Like, this is what happens with the mainstream media. They have to get scary. Everything's got to be scary, and there's got to be fear. There's got to be hysteria. We have to manipulate the public with emotion. That's all this woman does. And it's all the mainstream. That the only reason why you would put Leanna Wen on television anymore is because she is going to whip up a bunch of people. So did you see that CNN segment with the doctor? She says bird flu is really, really dangerous. And she said COVID was dangerous too, and it really was, right? And that's going to bring eyes back to your network. That's going to bring eyes back to your programming. And if there's anything the mainstream media needs right now, it's eyeballs. The only reason why you would put these fear propagandists on, like Deborah Birx with the scarves, or Leanna Wen with her, her push to mandate the vaccines or have them all available so that we could even move in that direction, or push for mass testing all over the place. The only reason why you would put those people on your air is so that they whip up your viewers into hysteria, so that they get your viewers motivated to tell other people, hey, you better watch CNN. They got this doctor on, and she's talking about how dangerous, COVID was, and how dangerous bird flu is, and we're falling into the same thing, and we're going to have another pandemic. That's the only reason why you would put that person on your air, is because you think that she could manipulate your viewers to bring more people back to your channel. That's it. It has nothing to do with information. It has nothing to do with trying to keep people safe. It has nothing to do with trying to inform the public responsibly. And it has everything to do to save your sinking ship. That's it. That's it. That woman, Deborah Birx, Anthony Fauci, any of these people that are going to come out now and start talking about bird flu, just remember the way they talked about COVID. They're using the exact same terminology. The reason why I played recent clips we had recent clips played from Birx and Wen from 2024, and then a clip from Birx from August of 24, talking about testing every cow and every dairy worker. And then Leanna Wen from 2021 talking about Delta, is to show you it's the same thing. They're saying the same thing over and over and over again. They're just substituting a different virus. They are lifting the word COVID out and putting the word bird flu in. That's it. That's it. It's the exact same thing. Don't fall for it again. If you feel like bird flu or COVID or the regular flu or smallpox or any pathogen that you've heard about spreading in your area, if you think it's something that you want to protect yourself from because it could hurt you, it could put your life in danger, by all means, protect yourself. I'm not telling you that you're stupid if you do that. I'm not saying I think any less of you as a person if you do that. I'm not saying if you think you have to take certain precautions, or you want to stay home from social gatherings, or you want to isolate for a little bit because you heard about this virus and you think it poses a significant threat to your life or your livelihood. I'm not going to question your judgment. You can do what you want. Just don't impose that on the rest of us, because I don't think it's that serious, and a lot of other people don't think it's that serious. And the only reason people would think it's serious is because they're listening to the quote-unquote experts who have not once determined that they're experts in anything other than propaganda. That's it. These people are not public health experts. They got the last one horribly wrong. And now, well, we haven't learned from COVID. No, we have learned from COVID. We've learned you can't be trusted. Bird flu. Folks, if you think it's a threat to your life, take the necessary precautions, the ones that you think are necessary. Under no circumstances are we doing these mass mandates again. It's not happening. Thankfully, in 21 days or so, we'll have a guy in place with a cabinet in place and folks surrounding him that are not going to let that happen again. Don't fall for the fear. Don't let the fear make you do irrational things. Please. We're not going through that again. We're not doing that again on the scale and the size of the hysteria that we had to go. We're not doing that again. It's just not happening. I'm not participating. And I know a lot of other people who are not going to let that happen. We're not falling for the same crap again. The Nigerian prince in your email stole all your money once. The email from a different Nigerian prince is not the real deal. Don't fall for it. All right, folks. We're going to be back on the other side of this break. We'll talk about the New York City subway crisis. The Guardian Angels are back. Curtis Sliwa and his crew, they're coming back because the subways are a mess. New York City is a mess. There is really no appeal for me. I don't know why anybody would live in a city like that other than work. If you have to do it, if you love your job, etc. But my goodness, it is becoming a more dangerous place by the day. Don't go anywhere. It's 1210 WPHT, Kayal and Company, Shawn Farash, filling in until 10 a.m. On the other side of the break, we talk about the subway crisis. Right back here on 1210 WPHT. We're back after the
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Phil Almquist giving the Kayal and Company flag to Jeremy. He's the recipient for the week.
You promise you'll fly it on your truck and you'll return it next week.
100%.
Okay. All right.
You have other people in the hopper stocker, so to speak, or how can people request the flag?
Probably won't be till January until you can do it, but we have other people. If you want to fly the flag high on your truck or house or whatever, you have to display it. It can't sit in the back of your truck like it did for Kayal. Send me an email, greg.stocker@odyssey.com.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Lowe's knows how to help you save time and money, no matter the job. That's why we can deliver supplies to your job site as soon as same day, so you have more time to get the job done. Because when you need it fast, we've got you covered. Lowe's knows pros. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Something amazing is happening in data management. Even though storage needs are constantly changing, companies are only paying for what they need now. That's because CDW customized a Pure Storage Evergreen One SLA-driven storage-as-a-service solution that delivers enterprise-grade hybrid cloud storage that is effortless, efficient, and evergreen. Simplify storage administration with Pure Storage and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/purestorage.
For the area's finest dining experience with fabulous cuisine, extensive wine list, and waterfront views of the Philly skyline, visit the River Winds Restaurant in West Deptford, New Jersey. Enjoy entrees that feature certified Black Angus steaks and the freshest seafood while overlooking the Delaware River. River Winds can host your next special event. They'll plan your holiday party, family gathering, or corporate meeting in one of their newly renovated waterfront rooms, each with a private deck. For an incredible dining experience or special event, theriverwindsrestaurant.com.
Have you ever tried something for the first time and then wondered how you ever got along without it? That's how thousands of new Navage users describe their first experience. Once they feel sinus relief and can breathe clearly again, many wonder why it took them so long to experience the Navage difference. Navage uses refreshing saline and gentle suction to quickly suck out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Stop suffering from congestion and start feeling better again with Navage. Brand new look, same great product.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Welcome back here. It is Kayal and Company on 1210 WPHT. Shawn Farash filling in until 10 a.m. You join the conversation on YouTube, by the way. I've been rambling, ranting, raving. I haven't even looked too much at my YouTube chat, and I apologize for that. We got all the legends in there. Road Warrior. We got all of our good friends in there. Gary, Stam, Anglemush. Of course, my lovely wife, Brennan, is over there as well. Bryn Mawr Builders, I believe, was there earlier. So many people that we love to see. Edward Sachs and Kevin Poles and everybody. Everybody. Kevin even says, test the moose. Oh, no. Actually, I'm sorry. He says, test everything that moves. So I guess he is talking about The View. Tom Walsh says, I believe in freedom. My body, my choice. Isn't that what we want? Ha! Yes. Tommy. Yes. You got to love it. So in New York City, let's go to this one here. New York City, there's a subway crime crisis going on in New York City now, okay? We talked about it, I believe it was on Thursday, that subway murders have reached a 25-year high. But David Muir said to me on ABC that crime is down in New York City, folks. It's down. David Muir said. Oh, but there's misinformation on X, not on ABC. So Curtis Sliwa has decided to bring the Guardian Angels back. I see JK13 says, I love the shout out for the YouTube. So I live stream on Rumble every day. We'll be there today. Rumble.com/LFA-TV, 5 p.m. Eastern time to 6 p.m. Eastern time. We pay a lot of attention to our live chat out there. Brennan is always in the live chat, and it's always a crazy conversation. And we got our friends in there all the time, our regulars over there. Sometimes I see some of our folks come over here, some of our 1210 family showing up and showing out in our Rumble chat. I love the live chat. It's nice to have that instant feedback, see what everybody's doing. So JK13 says, love the shout out. Gary says, love you. Sharon Kennedy saying, good morning. A lot of folks out there on YouTube, and we appreciate you. You want to join the conversation, by the way, 855-839-1210. If you want to nominate anybody for 2024 Fake News Propagandist of the Year, we'll be taking your nominations as well. Joy Reid and Rachel Madcow are already in. We need 2 more nominees. Curtis Sliwa, though, he's not a fake news propagandist. And I've had my differences with him when I lived in New York. And, we thought we both had a different idea for who should be the next governor of New York. I preferred Lee Zeldin, and he was on Team Andrew Giuliani. But, it's politics, but his heart is in the right place. I've never questioned whether or not his intentions were pure. He loves New York City, lives and breathes New York City, and has played a role in keeping the city safe outside of, traditional law enforcement. And this is it. There would be no need for Curtis and the Guardian Angels. There would be no need for that if the city was run by competent people. The problem is it's run by Mayor Gugu, right? Eric Adams. You could Google that. You could Google that. We call him Mayor Gugu because he speaks like a 5th grader. Okay? It's run by Mayor Gugu. It was run by Mayor Big Bird before that, and obviously Mini Mike Bloomberg. The last quality mayor the city had was probably Bloomberg in his early into his tenure. But Giuliani was running, broken windows policing. If you broke a window, you were arrested. If you jumped the turnstile, you were arrested. Breaking the law has consequences. When you start to take the consequences away from law breaking, you wind up with incentivizing law breaking. Then people have to take matters into their own hands, which, they'll call it vigilantism and whatnot. Someone's got to try and keep other people safe. That's why Daniel Penny is a hero, because there's nothing else. Nobody else is doing it. Cops aren't allowed to do their job. If they do their job, to the best of their ability, they get sued and they get dragged through the media and, you're a racist and it's police brutality, etc. So the Guardian Angels are back. They're going to be on the subway. Their red beret are out there. Curtis Sliwa is back. And this article on Red State that I've got by the great Ward Clark says for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. And that is, the law, one of Newton's laws of physics, but it's also a law in society. If things get too out of hand and your traditional measures of dealing with law breaking and unsafe situations are failing, then folks are going to come up with a new solution or perhaps revive an old solution like the Guardian Angels. Because this is what keeps going on the subway. and in New York City. This was a couple days ago, 2 days ago. Another person was found on fire in the transit system in Penn Station. A homeless man, 67 years old. Now, they're saying he set himself on fire. He's saying somebody else set him on fire. And I'm sitting here going, why are people going up in flames in New York City? Why is that the new thing? Let me guess. Bird flu. There's a problem in New York City right now, and this is what's going on. Let me very, very simply, right, for the soils that are out there, we call them soils, right? Slow on intake liberals, right? Soil. You got a dog, a beautiful dog, a talented dog. We love dogs, right? Dogs are great. They bark. They're beautiful. Sit. We say, sit. And the dog sits. Like Queen Justine Trudeau, we do that. We taught him a trick. All right, Queen Justine, sit. Roll over. Play dead. You got a dog, you got a pet. Doesn't even have to be a dog, right? But it works mostly for dogs because, you know, cats like to kind of be clean. We got cats. Litter box. They go, they do their thing. It's nice. Dogs, yeah, take them outside. But if you have a dog, you know, sometimes the dog makes an accident, maybe on the rug. Okay? If you don't tell your dog and explain to your dog that that's not okay, and I'm not saying to abuse the animal, but to discipline and explain and set the rules that that's not where you go to the bathroom. If that behavior is not corrected, what it does is it sets the precedent, right? It sets the precedent that law breaking or that rule breaking or that particular behavior is okay. If you do not correct the behavior, your dog crapping on your rug, what is your dog going to continue to do? So you keep crapping on the rug. Because for the dog, it doesn't know that that's not okay. Your training was insufficient. Your disciplinary system was not sufficient to get the message across that that's not where you go. You don't pee, you don't poo on a rug, period. Okay? Outside. The same can be said for human beings. You got to treat human beings sometimes like the dog that's pooping or peeing on the rug. Okay? It's worse, though, in New York. Law breaking isn't just ignored. It's essentially incentivized in New York because you have people like Daniel Penny having their lives basically ruined for a long period of time. You know, the process is the punishment, et cetera, et cetera. And then you got people like folks who are robbing convenience stores, folks like the guy who in Grand Central Station slashed 2 people, but he had 3 prior arrests, right? Criminal mischief, fare beating, and assaulting a police officer. But here's the problem. If there are no consequences for law breaking, you are essentially incentivizing law breaking. There is nothing keeping people from breaking the law. Again, I always bring this up. If paying your speeding ticket or your parking ticket or any of your, traffic violations, if that was optional, would you pay it? I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Some people will say, I'd still pay it because I did something wrong. You know what? Your moral standards, you're better than me. If it was optional, if paying my speeding ticket or my red light camera, whatever it was back in the day on Long Island, if that was optional, they weren't getting a dime from me. The thing is, it wasn't optional. And if you don't pay it, they'll suspend your license and take your car off the road. You could potentially go to prison. Like, there are severe consequences for letting that go on and on and on and on and on. But if it was a totally optional thing and that wasn't enforced, if the law is not enforced, then there really isn't a law in the first place. And that's what's happening in New York City. In many cases, look at the Jose Alba situation in the bodega back in 2022. Jose Alba was a bodega worker. He was attacked by somebody over a bag of chips, right? The guy was, something happened, and he went to stab him. The assailant, not Alba, went to stab and attack Jose Alba. Jose Alba, in self-defense, killed the attacker. We don't like to see a loss of life, but self-defense is legal. Alvin Bragg, rather than making this about the fact that there was an armed robbery, essentially, going on in the store that Alba defended himself from, decided to charge Jose Alba with murder. And if it wasn't for the closed circuit security footage in that bodega, Jose Alba might be sitting in prison right now, having been convicted of murder. So it's not just that law breaking isn't punished, but the lack of consequences. The lack of consequences is almost an incentive, and is functioning as an incentive right now for people to break the law. If there is no negative consequence to breaking the law, there is nothing standing in the way of criminals who want to break the law. The biggest deterrent is consequences. The biggest deterrent is knowing if I get caught doing this, I may go to jail. I may lose my freedom. I may lose my rights. I may have my reputation destroyed, and all of that. Now there are consequences for being a law-abiding citizen. Consequences like, if I abide by the law, I'm vulnerable on the subway. Consequences like, if I do happen to defend myself and kill my attacker, I may be the one being put on trial for murder. I remember a story out of New York City, I think it was last year, early 2023, I believe. Might have been late 2022, where there was one of those parking garage workers who was kind of just on duty at his job. And he saw somebody trying to break into vehicles, so he confronted them. That person who was breaking into vehicles had a gun. That person fired at or pointed the gun at the garage worker, the parking garage worker. The parking garage worker was able to disarm the person, the attacker, the assailant, the criminal, the burglar. Disarmed him, took the firearm, and fired back at the burglar, the criminal. The parking garage worker was charged with illegally possessing a firearm. Not kidding. Now, granted, I don't know where that case went, but the fact that he's been charged with it. Well, because he picked up a firearm that doesn't belong to him in an area where there's restrictions on it, he was illegally possessing it. It was self-defense. It was either illegally possess a firearm or die. New York City. This is what New York City has become. So if the police are not allowed to do their jobs, law enforcement's not doing their jobs, there's no active deterrent for criminal activity, what is there left to do? And that is why you have Curtis Sliwa and the Guardian Angels getting back on the subway to do their patrols. The Guardian Angels are resuming their patrols of the Big Apple subways as if it were crime-riddled Gotham in 1979. After the horrifying arson murder of a sleeping strap hanger on a train last week, founder Curtis Sliwa said on Sunday. The red beret-wearing volunteer vigilante squad is beefing up its ranks to its level 45 years ago. Sliwa said, quote, "We're going to have to increase our numbers, increase the training, and increase our presence as we did back in 1979. Sliwa said at the Stillwell Avenue Coney Island station in Brooklyn, where the woman was killed. Lit on fire, remember. Too many in the press is back in red state. Throw the word vigilante around like it's a bad thing. A good argument can be made that the presence of groups like the Guardian Angels in New York is not only a good thing, but a necessary thing, and applies the word vigilante in the original sense. Again, there would be no need for Sliwa and his crew, right, if the police were allowed to do their job. Like, we didn't need the Guardian Angels in New York City when Mayor Giuliani was there and he empowered the New York Police Department to keep the city safe. But after Big Bird and Mayor Goo Goo going on out there, right? Alvin Bragg and no consequences for crime. What else? What other options are there? Are you just going to go on the subway and just be a sitting duck? You're supposed to just tolerate the fact that every time you jump on the subway, you could be lit on fire or attacked by some vagrant? Or are we just supposed to tolerate the fact that criminals are not being disciplined and not want to take matters into our own? Well, it's not the people's. It is the people's duty at this point. It is. If you're not going to keep us safe, then we are. We got to keep ourselves safe. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And why anybody would want to stay in New York City, I get it. Some people have, jobs there, and it's, you can live closer to your job. And my goodness, the price of living, the cost of living in New York City, between the taxes, the rent prices that are out there, everything is more expensive. Congestion pricing now. You want to get around. You used to be able to jump on the subway, feel pretty good about your chances of getting from point A to point B without an incident. That's going out the window now. People are being lit on fire in train stations. People are being slashed. And look, there's always going to be crime in a big city. It's not like New York City's ever going to be a utopia, but it used to be really safe. It used to be a place you can go, no problem. It's not that place anymore. It's an issue now. The fact that the Guardian Angels are beefing up their levels on the subway back to what it was in 1979, that tells you a little something. New York City is broken. And it's not just isolated to New York City. Cities like Philly, Chicago, San Francisco, Oakland, Los Angeles, Detroit, Atlanta, anywhere you find somebody with a Soros prosecutor, district attorney, you're going to find the exact same issues. They're going after political opponents instead of going after opponents of the law. Actual opponents of the law. Actual law breaking. We got to get back to where, we hear it all the time from the left. Nobody's above the law. Yeah, the guy who went out there and slashed people in Grand Central Station with 3 prior arrests sounds like he's above the law to me. So the Guardian Angels are back. Curtis Lee was bringing them back. You know what? I support him. I support him. Because you've left them no other option than to get back there and at least show themselves, have a presence. You know what? You get on a subway and you see one of those red berets, you probably feel more comfortable than if you don't. And you might even feel more comfortable than if there was a cop on that train with you. Because the police are afraid to do their jobs in New York City. Many of them are. And Mayor Goo Goo's not making things any better. All right, we got the number 4, number 3, and number 2 of the media top 10 most horrifying moments that was put together by Grabian and Tom Elliott on X. We'll be back with that to wrap up the third hour. And then, of course, the number 1 most horrifying moment to begin hour 4 at the top of the hour. So don't go anywhere. Shawn Farash, that's me. That's right. You can follow me on X, SHAWN at SHAWN_FARASH on X. Guest hosting, Kayal and Company until 10 a.m., until the great Kathy Barnett takes over. She's filling in for the great Dawn Stensland here on 1210 WPHT. We're back with the media top 10 most horrifying moments, number 4, number 3, and number 2. Right after this to close out hour 3. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to 1210 WPHT. We'll be right back after.
It's Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University and Pittman, New Jersey in February.
Alan Iverson, Joel Embiid.
My dad set this up. This was actually a Christmas gift to bring us all together, come see Joe, and relive all the Philadelphia history. It's amazing.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm and the story of Philly sports through music. Westchester University on February 21st and the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey on February 22nd. Tickets to a Conklin show make great holiday gifts. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
You want to show that special person in your life how much you care? Then start the new year off with the 5 C's from Cozy Jewelers. I'm talking about color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the Cozy Touch. Our diamonds showcase vibrant color, precision cut, unparalleled clarity, and a carat that captures hearts. All of that adds up to an unforgettable gift, and that is the Cozy Touch. So for any special occasion, there is only one place to shop, Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, or online at cozyjewelers.com.
You know, as they say, one person's personal information is another person's treasure.
That's why I don't go online without connecting to NordVPN. I don't want anyone stealing my personal information and snooping on my browsing activity. Also, TechRadar named NordVPN as the most trusted VPN by casual users and experts. Features like Threat Protection Pro safeguard your devices from phishing websites, scan downloads for malicious files, and disable intrusive ads and trackers so you can surf more safely online. Just check NordVPN.com, grab the deal, and see for yourself. By the way, you can protect up to 10 devices with one account. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. In fact, we can't wait to share our way of life with new friends. It's no secret that we are known as one of the happiest communities in the country. Virginia Beach is a friendly hug, a warm handshake, a hearty laugh, and a healthy dose of the unexpected. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most: happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place, and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands: Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
Welcome back. Wrapping up hour 3. It is 8:48 here on 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company. Shawn, Farash filling in until 10 a.m. here on 1210 WPHT. We're going to wrap up hour 3 with the number 4, number 3, and number 2 most horrifying moments of the mainstream media in 2024, put together by the great folks over at Graby and the great Tom Elliott at Tom S. Elliott on X. Give him a follow. If you want to give me a follow on X, it's at Shawn, SHAWN_FARASH. I have a lot of fun on that platform. I really do. I love. I've always loved Twitter. It's always been my favorite social media. And now that the playing field has been somewhat leveled, it's not perfect. It never will be, but it's better than it was back in the 2020 time period. I have a lot of fun. I have a lot of fun on X. You'll see. We like to do a little trolling. We have a lot of fun. We're going to get to the number 4, number 3, number 2 of the mainstream media top 10 most horrifying moments. We'll start off with number 4 here. If you missed it, we did 10 through 5 already. So we did the number 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 10, 9, 8, 7, and 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, and 5. We have 4, 3, 2, and 1 left. You can go back, I guess, on the Odyssey app or in podcast form. You can always go find them. We did them at the end of hour 1, the end of hour 2, and now we're at the end of hour 3. Here's the mainstream media telling you that bad things are going to happen if Donald Trump wins. This is number 4 in the media top 10 most horrifying moments of 2024.
Number 4, very, very bad things will happen if Trump wins.
Think about what happens if all of our access to health care goes away next Tuesday. The stakes literally are life and death for every woman in America. It's not hyperbole. It's not an exaggeration.
Trump will fulfill his promise to be a dictator on day one.
Sets up a network of camps.
Extraordinarily erratic foreign policy in the Middle East.
Doing profound and possibly permanent damage to American democracy.
If historians in the future are allowed to write books, and by the way, that question is open this morning, and if people are allowed to go on television and say what they think in the future, which again, that question is open this morning. That's what happens when strong men come to power. That happened in Italy in the 1920s and 1930s, Germany in the 1930s. Suspend the Constitution, pit the Justice Department, the Defense Department against political enemies, and run this country out of the White House.
Bad things, guys. Historians are not going to be allowed to write books. Women are going to lose their rights if Donald Trump is reelected. Okay. The women losing the rights thing is my favorite. What right? Any women out there? What rights have you lost? Well, inauguration hasn't happened yet. What rights do you think you're going to lose? You're not going to lose any rights. And if abortion is that big a deal for you, and you could always move to a blue state, that's not fair. Well, that's what happens with states' rights, right? It's a state issue now. Period. Donald Trump isn't taking anything away. Donald Trump's not allowed to touch the issue of abortion because it's no longer a federal issue, and he occupies a federal office. Okay? Historians aren't going to be allowed to write books. No, that's not true at all. As a matter of fact, I love when you people write stuff because it's always nonsense and we can look at it and we can mock you into oblivion. You don't think I love The Guardian and Rolling Stone and MSNBC, the Washington Compost, the New York Times? You don't think I love those outlets? I hate what they say, but I love the fact that, maybe I don't even hate what they say, but I love the fact that they put it out and they put their stupidity on display for all of us. Historians aren't going to be allowed to write books. Give me a break. Here's number 3. We're getting into the good stuff now. We're into the top 3 of the media. Top 10 most horrifying moments of 2024, courtesy of Grabian and Tom Elliott on X. Remember when the media lauded? What an upstanding guy. You know, nobody is above the law. Biden stands for good things. Joe Biden's not going to pardon Hunter. Let's get to number 3.
Number 3, Joe Biden would never pardon his son because he is such a great guy.
Presidential promise to put the law before family.
The president has ruled out pardoning his son.
Pledging not to pardon his son.
To sit there and say, well, I'm not going to intervene in the legal process and I wouldn't pardon my son. Democrats and Joe Biden protecting the justice system.
Our current president of the United States has so much respect for the law that he has said he would not pardon his son.
And Joe Biden has very clearly said he would not pardon his son. He would not commute his sentence. How can Republicans keep making this argument now that Joe Biden has really put it out there?
He is not doing it because he is living what it means to have a rule of law in this country. Yeah. And if you want to know if he believes it, you could actually see what is happening with his own son.
Even President Biden saying in a statement that he would respect the outcome of this case.
This was a good day for the system, good day for sort of America as an example of how the rule of law should work.
We're coming on the air this hour with breaking news. President Biden has just pardoned his son Hunter.
Hold on. Oh, excuse me. I'm just allergic to all that BS. Oh, my God. Was that a good fake sneeze or what? That was a good fake sneeze. Everyone thinks I can fake sneeze better than anybody. Whoa. Wow. I fake sneeze so good that I actually think I have to real sneeze soon, but you'll never know. Because I fake sneeze better than anybody else. Nobody does it better than I do, by the way. Came in handy a lot when COVID was spreading. I just would fake sneeze all over the place. And it would get all the freaks away from me. You know, you're in a supermarket. You don't want the freaks around. You sneeze. They're like, oh, he's sick. Oh, my gosh. Out they go. A lot of fun. Joe Biden's not going to pardon Hunter because he stands for the rule of law. He stands for something. Well, he doesn't really do much standing anymore either, right? He keeps going down. As if they didn't know he was going to do it. There's no way all of them are that stupid. We on our side, we all knew he was going to pardon Hunter Biden. We knew it. We knew it. You mean to tell me that these people didn't know? Sleepy Eyes and Stephanie Rule and Lindsay Davis and the rest of the propagandists out there? Oh, this is a great day for the system and a great day for the rule of law. He respects law in the country. Yeah, what happened again? He pardoned Hunter. Here's the number two. Number two. We're almost there. The number two most horrifying moment the mainstream media had in 2024. This is how badly they wanted Kamala Harris to win. They started editing her interviews for her. Watch this one.
Number two, media gets caught editing interviews to help Kamala Harris.
When we talk about bringing down prices and making life more affordable for people, what are one or two specific things you have in mind for that?
Well, I'll start with this. I grew up a middle-class kid. My mother raised my sister and me. She worked very hard. She was able to finally save up enough money to buy our first house when I was a teenager. I grew up in a community of hardworking people, you know, construction workers and nurses and teachers. And I try to explain to some people who may not have had the same experience, you know, but a lot of people will relate to this. You know, I grew up in a neighborhood of folks who were very proud of their lawn, you know?
When we talk about bringing down prices and making life more affordable for people, what are one or two specific things you have in mind for that?
So when I talk about building an opportunity economy, it is very much with the mind of investing in the ambitions and aspirations and the incredible work ethic of the American people.
But it seems that Prime Minister Netanyahu is not listening.
Well, Bill, the work that we have done has resulted in a number of movements in that region by Israel that were very much prompted by or a result of many things, including our advocacy for what needs to happen in the region.
But it seems that Prime Minister Netanyahu is not listening.
We're not going to stop pursuing what is necessary for the United States to be clear about where we stand on the need for this war to end.
And they still lost. And after all that, they still lost. How embarrassing. How is anybody supposed to take the mainstream media seriously? Not only do they do that for Kamala Harris, but they have taken Donald Trump and Republicans in general out of context like it's their job, because it is. They're not giving you information objectively anymore. They are propagandists. We'll be back in the final hour, kick off the final hour of Kayal and Company today with the number one most egregious and horrifying moment the mainstream media had in 2024. Right after this, you're listening to Kayal and Company on 1210 WPHT. Shawn Farash guest hosting until 10 a.m. One more hour to go as we close out 2024. Just 2 days left to go in this great historic year here in this country, and we're having a great time doing it. So don't go anywhere. We'll give you the number one most horrifying moment in the mainstream media had in 2024 right after this on 1210 WPHT.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Got a roofing problem? Don't let it ruin your day.
Emmons Roofing and Siding offers professional roofing services, from repairs to complete lifetime warranted replacements.
And you can trust our experienced team to keep your home safe and secure. And we can even handle insurance claims for you.
Give us a call today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on the web at callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Whether you get pulled over or get into a crash, drinking and driving will change your whole world. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.903 here on 1210 WPHT. Fourth and final hour underway. Shawn Farash here with you for the next hour until Kathy Barnett takes over. She's filling in for Dawn Stensland today. We love Kathy. She is great. As a New Yorker looking in on the process, and some people may agree, may disagree, but that's all right. When I was looking in on the process in 2022, I said, I really hope she wins that Senate primary. And then, the rest of the nonsense happened with Oz and all that. Say what you want. But Kathy was my choice. If I was a Pennsylvania voter, I would have voted for her in that primary. So it's always nice. I've talked to her, been on her show. She's been on my show. She's great. And, unprompted, I asked her this question in the interview I did with her. I said, if you were in the Senate, who would your vote for majority leader be? Without even thinking, she says, Rand Paul. I said, I knew I liked Kathy Barnett. She's great. And she'll be taking over at 10 o'clock, filling in for Dawn Stensland. We got the number one most horrifying moment in mainstream media, not in history, but in the year of 2024. We did the top 10. We've been doing the top 10 all morning. At the end of each hour, at the end of hour 1, we did 10, 9, and 8. At the end of hour 2, we did 7, 6, and 5. At the end of hour 3, we did 4, 3, and 2, leading us to number 1. You guys ever said episode of SpongeBob? He was number 1. What was his name? Smitty Werben Jagerman Jensen or something? He was number 1. The mainstream media, number 10, when we talked about Let's do a little recap. Number 10 was, where are we here? Let me see if I can find it. Where'd it go? Number 10 was Joe Biden, cheap fakes. Number 9, CNN was shocked to learn that America isn't actually a democracy. Number 8, mainstream media hyping up Beyonce performing at the DNC when she never performed at the DNC. Number 7, media gaslighting over Project 2025. Number 6, X is a source of misinformation. You must only trust the mainstream media. Number 5, Tim Walz is cool and moderate. J.D. Vance is weird and extreme. That fell apart during the debate. Number 4, bad things are going to happen if Donald Trump wins. Women are going to lose their rights. Number 3, Joe Biden would not pardon Hunter because he's a great man and he respects the rule of law. Number 2, the mainstream media editing Kamala's interviews for her, giving her a chance to memory hold word salads. And number 1, possibly one of the biggest cover-ups in the history of American politics. And this relates all the way back to number 10. They told us they were all cheap fakes. It was jet lag. It was a cold. Joe Biden's not losing his mind. He only talked about hairy legs in 2019 and 2020 and corn pop. And hey, you're a lying dog-faced pony soldier. Right? Number 1, the most horrifying moment in mainstream media history, brought to you by Grabian, Tom Elliott on X. Listen to the mainstream media covering for Joe Biden, who was obviously in cognitive decline. They told you Joe Biden has never been better. Let's roll it.
Number 1, there's no cognitive decline. In fact, Biden has never been better.
Start your tape right now, because I'm about to tell you the truth. This version of Biden is the best Biden ever.
She knows so long as she was 9.
In fact, I think he's better than he's ever been.
He is sharp, intensely probing, and detail-oriented and focused.
President Biden has a photographic memory.
But he's totally focused. He's very sharp. They say he's sharp in meetings and so on.
Very lucid, very well informed.
He's older. That doesn't mean that he is unfit.
He can clear a dementia bar, and that's probably a win.
More wild speculation from a bunch of people who have probably never been in a room with Joe Biden and certainly don't have medical degrees that I'm aware of.
But a huge part of the Mueller report talks about Russian disinformation tactics. And one of the themes this election cycle is that Joe Biden is too old to lead. And so everyone is seizing upon this. And it is a classic disinformation tactic.
I love the one that said he could clear a dementia bar, and that's probably a win. What? Where are we as a society when maybe the president, it's a win if he can clear a dementia bar? He's never been sharper. Alejandro Mayorkas. Oh, yeah, I believe a word that comes out of the guy's mouth. Are you kidding? He's never been sharper. You know when Joe Scarborough said, all right, sit down. What I'm about to tell you is the truth. Translation. All right, folks, here comes another load of bull. I mean, if now on a serious note, it's fun to laugh at the media and mock these idiots and these propagandists, but that was one of the biggest cover-ups in American history. And it was dangerous because that's the guy calling the shots, right? That's the chief executive of the United States. That's allegedly the commander in chief. He's the guy running the show. Now, the other problem is after Biden dropped out of the race, nobody, except for like Brett Baer in the media, asked Kamala Harris, did you know how bad it was getting for Joe Biden? Hey, did you say anything? How long have you known? She knew the whole time she's his vice president. Why that wasn't an instant disqualifier And really, not a lot of people brought it up. You have a president who dropped out of the race at the last second after he had, quote unquote, COVID in Las Vegas. He tested for COVID, right? And then he went dark for a little bit. And then all of a sudden, July 21st came around and boom, he was, he's dropping out of the race now. You had a president who decided he couldn't do it anymore. And the vice president is the one going to, fill the position. Fine, I get it. The line of succession in terms of, who should be the next man up, so to speak. And it wasn't a man, but you know what I'm saying. Nobody pressed her on, how come you didn't say anything? Remember after the debate, Joe Biden, I am his running mate. Joe Biden is the president. I am the vice president. Remember that? And she was defending him. And then, I get it. You're being a good team player, and that's fine. I'm fine with her doing that. But my goodness. And the media, it's a cheap fake. It was jet lag. It was a cold. He's sick. Joe Biden is sick. He doesn't have it anymore. The media told us he was sharp as a tack. He might be his best version of Joe Biden we've ever seen. What? And they wonder why nobody takes them seriously. Real quick, back to when I think it was moment number 3, and it was that Joe Biden won't pardon Hunter. Joe Biden, he respects the rule of law in our country. He respects the rule of law. Oh, does he? Okay, interesting. The Trump lawfare cases, remember when a lot of people were trying to draw the parallels between Joe Biden, the Biden regime, and the Trump lawfare cases. And there's a really easy, connection to make with the Manhattan case where you have Matthew Colangelo. He resigns his number 2 position, his high-level position at the DOJ. He joins the New York City or Manhattan District Attorney's Office, Alvin Bragg. He joins that DA's office as a line prosecutor. Now he's all of a sudden, the one bringing the case against Trump. So he leaves Biden's DOJ. He joins Alvin Bragg's office. Now Donald Trump is indicted in New York City. We're like, that's a connection. Apparently this broke. I think it was on The Guardian too. And now Gateway Pundit picked it up. A bunch of other outlets picked it up. That Joe Biden is actually very upset with Merrick Garland because Garland didn't prosecute Trump over January 6th soon enough. Whoa! I thought he had nothing to do with that. I thought he had nothing to do with it. It's a free, come on, man. It's a free and independent justice system. Listen, Jack, I ain't got nothing to do with that. Where's Jackie? Anyway, we beat Medicare. I thought he had nothing to do with the cases. I thought it was an independent. He didn't get involved. Now all of a sudden he's upset that Merrick Garland didn't act soon enough. So you mean that Joe Biden wanted his attorney general to go after his political opponents? No, I was told that was a conspiracy theory. I was told that couldn't possibly be the case. Couldn't possibly be the case. Kidding me? Are you kidding me? President Trump's incoming attorney general must appoint a special prosecutor to investigate, as Christina Layla says on the Gateway Pundit. Joe Biden is furious that Merrick Garland didn't do enough to lock up his political opponent, Donald Trump, according to the Washington Post. Washington Post, wow. They're not friends of ours. Biden reportedly regrets withdrawing from the 2024 presidential race. I'm sure Kamala loves hearing that. And believes he could have defeated Trump. Okay. I mean, he beat Medicare. Maybe he could have beat Trump. Who knows? According to the Washington Post, Biden regrets appointing Merrick Garland as attorney general because he allowed the DOJ to prosecute Hunter Biden and didn't work hard enough to derail Trump. Ha! I was told that that's not what this was about. I was told it was just the rule of law. I was told that, nobody's above the law. Oh, my God. I thought Joe Biden wasn't involved at all. Oh, so he did want to lock up his political opponent. Okay, got it. Now that the record's clear. In November of 2022, Merrick Garland appointed a special counsel to investigate Trump 3 days after the former president announced his 2024 bid for the White House. In June of 2023, Jack Smith indicted Trump on 37 federal counts in Miami for lawfully storing presidential records at his Mar-a-Lago estate, which was protected by Secret Service agents. In September of 2023, Trump was hit with 4 counts in Jack Smith's January 6 case in D.C. Conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, which got tossed, by the way, 1512, obstruction of an attempt to obstruct an official proceeding, and conspiracy against rights. Both cases fell apart after the Supreme Court ruled that U.S. presidents have immunity from prosecution for official acts. Biden is angry that Merrick Garland waited too long to prosecute Trump. Folks, this leak did not come from the post-millennial New York Post. I love these outlets. These didn't come from these right-wing or right-leaning outlets, right, or truth-leaning outlets. These came from the Washington Post, quote, in private. Biden has also said he should have picked someone other than Merrick Garland as Attorney General, complaining about the Justice Department's slowness under Garland in prosecuting Trump and its aggressiveness in prosecuting Biden's son, Hunter, according to people familiar with his comments, the Washington Post reported. That's because the Hunter Biden case was what we would refer to as a slam dunk, because there's a laptop of your son using crack at the same time he owned a firearm when he lied on a gun purchasing form that said he wasn't on drugs. Well, the evidence would kind of suggest that that's a lie and that he was on drugs because there's pictures of it. Biden was persuaded, and some Democrats believe the decision had devastating results. Had the Justice Department moved faster to prosecute Trump, lock up the political opponent over bogus nonsense for allegedly seeking to overturn the 2020 election and mishandling classified documents, they say the former president might have faced a politically damaging trial before the election. So you weren't going to beat Donald Trump because you're a better candidate. You were going to beat him because you would have tied him up in the legal process. Is that what I'm getting from this? I was told that Joe Biden wasn't involved in all the lawfare. Now, all of a sudden, he's upset that the lawfare failed? Unreal. A special counsel has to be appointed to investigate this. Has to. Absolutely. No ifs, ands, or buts. We got to get to the bottom of that now that this just came out. No question about it. No question about it. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk about Jimmy Carter. He passed away. The Democrats probably don't care because, listen, they rolled him out like a prop for the 2024 election. He passes away a month and a half later. Another one. Oh, Jimmy Carter says you should vote for Kamala Harris. Respectfully, I don't think Jimmy Carter was saying much of anything. But we did lose Jimmy Carter yesterday, 100 years old. My goodness. I mean, he did make it a long time. So, thoughts and prayers to the family. Donald Trump sent out a heartfelt message about Carter's passing. We'll get to that. We got a couple of other things about how the mainstream media, not the mainstream media, the left, they're even getting tired of playing with the quote unquote magic words. So we'll get to all that and more when we come back. You're listening to 1210 WPHT. It's Kayal and Company, Shawn Farash, guest hosting up until 10 o'clock, where the great Kathy Barnett will be taking over, filling in for Dawn Stensland. Don't go anywhere. We're back right after this.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
These unidentified drones that are flying over New Jersey, they're saying they should declare some kind of a state of emergency.
Here's a marketing idea. I know yesterday was the sales day, so this probably won't be heard for another 6 days. We need to have a Kayal and Company drone watch party.
Oh, boy.
We gather wherever these are. We'll go to Jersey, get mulligans on the line. Yeah. We're all going to sit outside, put the fire pits on. We'll have some drinks, and we'll watch drones.
Johnny Z, are you listening, buddy?
Let's go.
Open up mulligans. Let's do this, buddy.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Crash-proof consumers enter the new year worry-free because their portfolios are earning double-digit interest returns with none of the downsides of investing in the market.
Roseanne Fitzgerald, Upper Darby, Pennsylvania. Going into 2025 with Crash Proof, we earn 20% interest, which is credited. What we've earned can never be taken away.
Marilyn Becker's, Malvern, Pennsylvania. The 13% and 20% returns we received this year gets added to the principal. There's no fees, and you can sleep at night. You can't get that on Wall Street.
Paul Wirtz. I'm from Philadelphia. I earned 24% this year. No matter what happens in the future this year or next year, I know that my principal is protected, my retirement is secure.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn, January 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Listen New Year's Eve as Penn State battles Boise State. Coverage starts at 7 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
You know, as they say, one person's personal information is another person's treasure.
That's why I don't go online without connecting to NordVPN. I don't want anyone stealing my personal information and snooping on my browsing activity. Also, TechRadar named NordVPN as the most trusted VPN by casual users and experts. Features like Threat Protection Pro safeguard your devices from phishing websites, scan downloads for malicious files, and disable intrusive ads and trackers so you can surf more safely online. Just check NordVPN.com, grab the deal, and see for yourself. By the way, you can protect up to 10 devices with one account. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Def Leppard in concert. The return to Atlantic City. Saturday, June 28th, Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Get set to get rocked. Def Leppard, one night only. Tickets on sale now at theborgata.com. Don't miss Def Leppard. Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back, 9:23 here on 1210 WPHT. It's Kayal Company, Shawn Farash, filling in until 10 a.m., where the great Kathy Barnett is going to be taking over. She's filling in for Dawn Stensland from 10 to noon, which is awesome, because the world needs more Kathy Barnett. I'll tell you that. She is great, a lot to say, very smart, pulls no punches. We love it. We love it. You know, looking back, I probably should have endorsed her. You know that? Would have been a good decision, I think. Would have been awesome. But anyway, as we roll forward, you know, it's always interesting to see the left. They just don't get it, which is hysterical. This is a story on hotair.com. A progressive senator from Hawaii. Ironically, he has the funniest name in possibly all of the Senate. Brian Schatz. I'm a child. I apologize. Is a progressive senator from Hawaii. Politico published an interview with him in which he offers his take on what went wrong for the Democrats in 2024. The senator broke his views into three basic categories: the information space, left-right calibration, and language. He says a lot of liberal donors believe if we just fund good journalism, that's a counterweight to the right-wing noise machine. And I think that we've now learned that we have to build our own infrastructure, and that's going to take money and staffing and all that. No, Brian Schatz, you have infrastructure. NPR, ABC, CBS, NBC, MSNBC, PBS, all your garbage publications, right? YouTube, the Washington Post, the New York Times. I mean, you could just The Guardian, Axios, Politico. You've got infrastructure. The problem is you people keep lying. That's the problem. Nobody takes what you say seriously anymore because you haven't been right in decades. That's the issue. But as John Sexton says on HotAir.com, it is complete nonsense, but by all means, bleed your donors dry. Fund better journalism. It'll work. Yeah, spend your money on that. Sure. It says they want a Joe Rogan who only echoes left-wing talking. They had a Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan was a Bernie bro. Crazy. It says that it's not that we're unable to reach people, it's that people are unable to reach us. So when inflation was getting people upset, you could scarcely find a person in mainstream left-wing circles who would even talk about it, except to explain that the Biden economy was better than other countries and that the Biden stewardship was better than other industrialized nations. And by the way, I continue to think that's true and totally irrelevant. If you're talking about the question, are people upset about the price of eggs? The answer is yes, they are. Not, well, don't you know people are paying more for eggs in Paris? And you should be happy with that. So I don't really care. You know, this is the point. I don't really care that eggs are $4 a dozen here, and maybe they're $6 a dozen in Paris. I remember when they used to be $1.50 a dozen. Why can't we get back to that? Don't tell me, well, it's cheaper in Paris, so you should just be happy with what you get, peasant. Point number 2. Left-right calibration. Schatz says he's less interested in that. I think it ends up becoming a Rorschach test where you already started. I haven't seen a compelling case that the reason we were unsuccessful was either because we were too left or too right. Well, he's not looking because there's plenty of evidence that immigration and the trans issues impacted the outcome. Folks, if you want to make a case, you're a Democrat, you're a left-wing person, whatever, that you want to help folks who are fleeing political persecution, asylum seeking, etc. And you want to say you want to put something in place, you know, for them or dreamers or whatever. The compassionate side of that argument is likely, it's likely to draw support from people. You're tugging at the heartstrings, right? Like, but don't you want to help? And a lot of people are like, I do want to help. Even if I can't help, I still want to, right? Like, even if you can't donate to charity, you still want to. Even if you can't rescue that puppy, you still want to. You know what I'm saying? There is an altruistic nature to human beings, right? Even if you physically can't help, even if you know you don't have the resources or the time or the patience or the lifestyle to be able to help, you still want to. So that idea of helping the asylum seeker, right? The Statue of Liberty, bring me, you're tired, you're poor, you're huddled masses. Like, you still want to do it, but you can't. People will say, all right, let's try and figure this out. Let's see how we can best help them. That's a whole hell of a lot different than flooding your cities and towns with millions of illegal immigrants who aren't assimilating and some of whom are extremely violent. That's a lot different than a Laken Riley turning up dead. That's a lot different than a Jocelyn Nungare turning up dead. That's a lot different than a Rachel Morin turning up dead. That's a lot different than a Travis Wolf turning up dead, 12-year-old boy. That's a lot different than a Kate Steinle turning up dead. Helping the asylum seekers and trying to find a way to to provide a safe place for people fleeing political persecution. That sounds nice, but it's not the same thing, and it's a whole hell of a lot different than millions, 10, 20 million illegal immigrants coming into this country, unvetted, not assimilating, committing violent crimes. You know, in some of these Latin American countries, they're emptying their prisons, they're emptying their mental institutions. They don't want those people. They say, well, we don't want them, but the U.S. is apparently taking everybody. So let's just send them there. It's a lot different. He doesn't want to look at those issues. Oh, I don't think it's about left-right calibration. Oh, you don't? Okay, fine. The trans issue. You hear about this scandal in Washington State? You hear about this scandal in Washington State? A trans inmate is suing Washington State right now because she, a real she, was housed in a jail cell with a trans-identifying male pedophile. And apparently, the real female inmate reported that the trans-identified male, the male, would frequently and graphically describe sexual acts that he wanted to do to her and would fondle her as she slept. Well, that's nice. So Mr. Schatz over out of Hawaii thinks that it's not about left-right calibration. So you mean to tell me that you think America's okay with stuff like that? You mean to tell me that America is okay? Parents are okay? Their little girl going to the bathroom in school, having something awful happen to your little girl, your daughter, your sister, your niece, at the hands of a male in her private place? Locker room, changing room, bathroom, etc. You mean you think that the majority of American parents are okay with their daughters playing sports against boys when that shouldn't be happening? You don't think it has to do with left-right calibration? Okay. All right. But here we go on the third issue. Brian Schatz says, I think Kamala did a really good job on focusing on middle-class concerns. I think so, too. I'll tell you what. She focused on the concerns. She didn't focus on the fact that she was the reason for the concerns, but she did focus on the concerns, the costs, etc. He says, but I remember her saying, I'm going to center the needs of the working class. And I thought to myself, I don't know anyone in the world who says center. I know people in politics who say center. I know people in academia. I know people in advocacy who say center. But centering the needs or making space for or all of that is a clear indication that you are not normal. And I will put myself in that category. By that definition, I'm a coastal progressive, says Brian Schatz, senator from Hawaii. But I think this question of language goes pretty deep, and it goes not to just being careful not to say things that are egregiously weird sounding, but it also the way we interact with advocacy groups. I remember saying I was for a cessation of hostilities in Israel and Palestine. And people said, why don't you say ceasefire? I'm thinking that's literally the same thing. I remember saying I was for a big, bold climate bill, and someone said, why don't you say Green New Deal? And this idea that there are magic words that we must be forced to say defines progressivism and political courage by essentially saying whatever a bunch of activists want us to say, as opposed to doing the thing. And I think that there are a bunch of people who see that we're doing as performers for that exact reason. But it's also alienating. The magic words thing has to go away. And honestly, it's not just words that they want you to say. It's words that they no longer want you to say. Sexton points out that Brian Schatz is right that Democrats have adopted a lot of weird language from woke academics, and it's off-putting to normal people, like non-binary. Yeah, people of color. And how exactly is that different than the term colored people, which is not a nice thing to call people? Birthing person. Woman. Right? Let's not talk about some of the other terms that they have for the female anatomy. Okay? Birthing person. No. Mother. How about that? Woman. How about that? Non-birthing person. Man. Yeah, a man cannot give birth ever. Ever, 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 ever. And no, it's not okay when Bruce Jenner does it or Blair White does it either. Okay? Got me? Even Brian Schatz, who is a progressive, understands that their far left weirdness is a problem for a lot of voters. But his focus on the words over the substance tells me he doesn't really see the problem all too clearly. Because they are missing on many of the issues. Many of the issues. And what's even better is their mascots, you know, their people who are representing them. Like Nurse Ratched, you know, Jasmine Crockett with the eyelashes. When she blinks, it causes a gust of wind. You have to strap yourself down. It's like a Category 5 hurricane. Nurse Ratched went on the mainstream media, you know, the infrastructure that Brian Schatz thinks. So we don't have a strong enough journalism infrastructure. Okay, fine. Nurse Ratched went on, this is Jasmine Crockett from Texas. She went on mainstream media to just straight up attack Trump, and she sounded like a toddler. Why don't we roll this clip of Nurse Ratched attacking Donald Trump? This is Jasmine Crockett. Listen to this.
I don't know. I mean, it is crazy that this guy is about to walk into the White House for a second time. And again, I kept saying on the campaign trail, this guy doesn't know who our friends are. Now, I can tell you that he loves to pal around with Putin, and we know that Putin has decided that he wants to bring back the former coalition that they used to have, and that's why he went into Ukraine. I am here to say that we've got to have really good people around Trump. And right now, the people he's picking are not the best people, because somebody needs to explain to him in a very elementary way why we don't go after our friends, why we don't start wars. And honestly, that includes even tariff wars with our friends.
Congressman, thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely.
And he's got a big to-do list, but can he check it off every time?
Jasmine Crockett, Nurse Ratched herself. You know, I find it really funny, right, that this woman with the eyelashes and the Gucci clothes, she cries about oppression. Does she look oppressed to you? Doesn't look oppressed to me. She sounds less than educated. You know, and that's the left. Trump supporters are uneducated. All right, let's go through how she said that. Ozzy Osbourne is already suing her for copyright infringement because she started off. I don't know. I mean, it is crazy that this guy is about to walk into the White House for a second time. You know, it's funny. There's a song by Eric Church, country singer. The song's called Broke Record. It's about how he keeps making the same mistake with the woman over and over again. And he's like, my heart, skip, in a beat. Right? Like he's repeating himself, because that's what broken records, like the whole thing. It's a really cool song. But that's what she's doing. She went on Ozzy Osbourne to be I. It's almost sounded like a car alarm going off. It is crazy. What are we doing? That's your mascot? She's like Diet AOC. Well, just as dumb. Jasmine Crockett from Texas. Yeah, this Senator Brian Schatz has gotten to the stage of, okay, we lost, but he can't quite figure out why they lost. And, you know, it's interesting. You got Jimmy Carter, right? Jimmy Carter just passed away. And what is it with the Democrats and taking advantage of the elderly? Have we noticed this? What is it with the Democrats in doing things like this? You got Joe Biden, who is rotting in the White House, rotting, right? Like just withering away. You have Jimmy Carter during the election, early voting, right? Oh, it says he wanted to make it, you know, to 100 so that he could vote for Kamala Harris. Oh, he wanted to make it. Okay. Maybe. But I mean, my goodness, folks, you saw the shape that this man was in voting. And you could look at that and go, wow, he's not in great shape, but he still wants to vote. And that's commendable. And it is, if that was his decision. But I will say this. I mean, the memes that went around about the guy, the SpongeBob chocolate lady, etc. This is the things that people were saying about him. The fact that he passed away a month and a half, really, after the election doesn't really give me a lot of confidence that that was really his decision. And that you took an older man, very old man, 100 years old, a former president who was not in great health, and you used him as a prop for political purposes. No respect. Don't lecture me about, well, don't talk about Jimmy Carter. Don't lecture me. I'm not the one who used him as a prop. I say let the man rest. He's 100. Listen to me. If I get to 100 years old, God willing, and somebody wants to roll me out of my home in the shape that Jimmy Carter was in, like, please play this segment back. Don't do it. Leave me alone. I'll fill out an absentee ballot. You are not rolling me out in some ludicrous display, this spectacle of, look at this old guy and he's voting and he's 100. He's a former president. He's the oldest former president. Like, please don't put me through that. Okay. Play this for anybody who says, you know what we should do? Shawn Farash is 100 years old. That's the guy who sounded like Trump. He's the last guy on earth that sounds like Trump. Let's bring him out and show everybody that he's. Please don't do that. Please. Leave me alone. If I'm 100 years old, I don't want to be used in some sort of political spectacle in my dying days. And don't lecture me about respect. I put the meme out with Jimmy Carter. Oh, he looks like this. That's not nice. Oh, and rolling the man around and using him as a prop for political purposes is nice? You mean you do not get to tell me? You do not get to tell me what's nice and what's not nice when we're talking about Jimmy Carter. When they rolled this guy around, you saw what shape he was in and used him as a prop to try and get Kamala Harris over the finish line. Let me tell you something. If Kamala Harris can't get over the finish line herself, I don't think Jimmy Carter in the condition that he was in really going to help much. I don't. These people are disgusting. They are disgusting. And they will squeeze every ounce of juice out of the lemon. Doesn't matter who the lemon is. Look, they had Bill Clinton on the campaign trail. He looks awful. He was just hospitalized recently, too. He looks awful. And he was out there babbling. Well, if Laken Riley, your killer, was an immigrant, and if he was vetted, that could have solved that problem. Like, Bill Clinton. This is what you're doing? They will squeeze every bit of juice out of that lemon. These people are soulless. It is a machine. When you talk about, oh, MAGA is a cult. A cult. No, I think the last week with the H-1B visa debate would prove that it's not a cult, because we're all kind of bringing different ideas to the table. That doesn't happen in cults. The leader says, this is what we do. And the rest of the people say, yes, leader. That's how the left operates. Cults generally don't have much regard for human life. They don't care that you're 100 years old and you're not in great health. They're going to roll you out there so that the cult can remain in power, so that the leader can remain in power. They will squeeze every bit of juice out of that lemon. And they did that to Jimmy Carter. And look, Donald Trump said some very nice things about Carter. A lot of people I know said some very nice things about Carter. He said, I just heard the news about the passing of President Jimmy Carter. Those of us who have been fortunate to have served as president understand this is a very exclusive club, and only we can relate to the enormous responsibility of leading the greatest nation in history. The president-elect then graciously characterized Carter's tenure, which followed President Nixon's Watergate scandal and the fall of South Vietnam under President Gerald Ford, as one that came at a pivotal time in our country. The challenges Jimmy faced as president came at a pivotal time for our country, and he did everything in his power to improve the lives of all Americans. For that, we all owe him a debt of gratitude. Melania and I are thinking warmly of the Carter family and their loved ones during this difficult time. We urge everyone to keep them in their hearts and prayers, he concluded. You know, Carter, arguably one of the worst presidents in United States history, but at least I'll give him this. At least he made it long enough to find a worse president. And that is President Joe Biden. Jimmy Carter and his family, they can rest easily knowing that former President Carter will not go down as the worst president in United States history. That Joe Biden will. And Joe Biden's going to go down as a one-term president, which is going to haunt him until the day that he passes. Because there's a little dynamic between Joe Biden and Barack Obama, right? Biden's so jealous. He's so jealous of Barack Obama. He so badly wanted to be on the same plane as Barack Obama, right? The same level, the same pedestal. Barack, two-term president. Biden, two-term president. Nope. Donald Trump will be a two-term president, though. And I think history will be very kind to him as well. Democrat Party, they're like locusts. They find something, a person, an idea, a group, whether it's minority voters or anybody, and they'll harvest it to death until its extinction, and then they'll move on to the next. You don't think they're going to do the same thing to Barack Obama? Oh, it's going to happen. They're going to wear that man out. He's already worn out. They're going to wear him way out. All right, we'll be right back. Closing up the entire show. We'll get to our the end of the fourth and final hour right after this on 1210 WPHT. You're listening to Kayal and Company. We'll be right back after this.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal, and I recently test drove the new Honda Prologue, Honda's first all-electric SUV. With a range of almost 300 miles on a single and fast charge, you can cruise the roads worry-free. It has 3 charging options, including a portable charging kit for when you're on the go. Lease the Prologue today for as low as $229 per month or 0% financing for 72 months. Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Springfield, Reading, or Langhorne for details, or shop online at piazzahonda.com and tell them Nick sent you.
For the area's finest dining experience with fabulous cuisine, extensive wine list, and waterfront views of the Philly skyline, visit the River Winds Restaurant in West Deptford, New Jersey. Enjoy entrees that feature certified Black Angus steaks and the freshest seafood while overlooking the Delaware River. River Winds can host your next special event. They'll plan your holiday party, family gathering, or corporate meeting in one of their newly renovated waterfront rooms, each with a private deck. For an incredible dining experience or special event, theriverwindsrestaurant.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121. Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Welcome back, 9:50 here on 1210 WPHT. Of course, 8:50 here in the Central Time Zone in the great state. Might I say the best state in the country? Tennessee. We love it here. It's great, but always love doing anything we can with the 1210 family. Kathy Barnett coming up in 10 minutes, filling in for the great Dawn Stensland. Kathy Barnett, a legend in her own right. We'll hear from her in just a second. I just want to tell you all, real quick, yesterday was a pretty significant day for me personally. And today it's awesome to be on right now with you guys and gals. I want to thank the 1210 WPHT family, both the team behind the scenes there, Jim Kelly, and Greg, and Nick, and Dawn, and Justin, Phil Almquist, my brother in suffering, and anybody that I'm forgetting. But I also want to thank the listeners, the folks on YouTube, because, you've welcomed me into your family. I feel like we kind of know each other. Some of us have met each other at the mock debate not too long ago, on October 25th down in New Jersey. But 1 year ago yesterday, December 29th, 2023, was the first time I had ever filled in on any radio station doing live radio at all for 4 hours. And it was so much fun. And to be able to work with, this station and this audience and everything, it's just been great. So I just want to tell you all, I appreciate you guys and gals. I can't wait to see what 2025 holds, because it has been such a fun ride. And it's so much fun every time I get to do this every morning. It is so much fun, whether it's solo or, in with the rest of the crew or live events. It is just a freaking blast. And I hope you're having as much fun as I'm having, because I have a blast every single time we do this. I got friends of mine who are like, oh man, it's so early. That doesn't matter. It is so much fun. And I also love to get my jabs in on Philly as well. The Liberty Bell. Wouldn't have happened if it was in New York, but that's okay. We got no music history today, but you know what we do have? We have Kathy Barnett, and we're going to be crossing over. We're going to be handing over the wheel to the great Kathy Barnett, who is taking over at 10 a.m., filling in for the great Dawn Stensland. Kathy there? We have Kathy with us?
Is that H1B or is that O, which has no, among many things? Okay.
There she is. Kathy Barnett is here.
There's a balance.
Do we have her?
Okay, they're going to bring us in for me to kind of...
It sounds like there's some behind-the-scenes chatter. We are hearing some behind-the-scenes chatter, but Kathy is... filling in for Dawn Stensland today, and super, super excited to be followed up by Kathy. It was amazing to watch. And she's here. Kathy, you here?
I am. Hey, Shawn, how you doing?
There she is. Kathy Barnett is here. She's taking over in about 5 minutes. How cool is this?
I know, right? You and I tag teaming. The first part of the day, then me.
it was so funny because the first time that I jumped on the radio with you, I was hearing, oh, Kathy's on 1210 WPHT. I said, get out of here. I love 1210 WPHT. And it's actually one of the funniest things was the first time I found out that you were filling in for Dawn. I think you had Vivek for a little bit.
I did.
But you were on while the earthquake hit Philadelphia.
It was
what
a
was
sign.
that like?
It was a sign. Like, I'm in the house. That's what it was. The earth
That's what
shook.
it was.
The earth
And now
shook.
you got your own show, right, on the weekends. How exciting is that?
How about that? I am so very grateful to management here at 1210 that they would, trust me with such a position. I am your new weekend radio host here at 1210, so you'll be able to tune in from 10 to 11 a.m. I'm very excited. Got some wonderful guests lined up. You included.
That's awesome. I can't wait. And I mentioned it a bunch of times this morning that Kathy Barnett, if I was a Pennsylvanian in 2022, Kathy would have had my vote and enthusiastic support in that primary. And I have the tweets back there to prove, I said, hey, this one, she is a firecracker, pulls no punches, smart. And I remember the interview that when you came on my show and I said, who would you have chosen for majority leader? You were like, Rand Paul.
It's so clear.
It's so clear. I mean, there is no other choice. I knew we loved Kathy Barnett. So that's amazing. What do you got coming up this afternoon or just this morning?
You know what? It's all about Elon Musk, Twitter. Laura Loomer is going to join us. She's going to be in the house. Yes, my girl.
Nice.
I got her coming in. Gordon Chang. We're going to kind of take a look at the world around us. He has this new book talking about China and their plan for America. But we're going to start off with my good friend, David Spalding. He is a immigration expert, held a very high office at the USCIS. I would have to pause when I say that. Let's just kind of talk about this. Because when you look at the world around us, they're telling us, I was up this morning looking at world news, and everyone was saying this conversation is really just another example of how MAGA is racist. Really? Is that really what this conversation is all about? Or is it about something other than race? It almost seems like that's their go-to labeling if they don't want to engage in a conversation. Well, oh, you're racist, right? And so we're going to talk to a subject matter expert. Let's just see, what is this conversation really about? And so, yeah, that's what we're going to be talking about. I'm so excited.
That's exciting. The immigration H-1B debate and the O-1 debate and all this, about who should be coming into the country. I think Elon finally came around to a very common sense solution that Scott Jennings on CNN basically said, if you're going to hire a foreign worker, there should be no, cutting corners and you're doing it for cheaper labor. It should be for merit only. I'm all about the meritocracy, but Americans should come first. Here's the problem, though, Kathy Barnett, is that how tainted is the American talent pool by DEI and education? I think we got to focus on that,
too. It's real. I mean,
let's see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely, my friend. We're going to be, look, you and I are already having an interview right now.
That's right.
I adore you, Shawn. You are the best. You have been a good friend to me. I am so grateful for you, and I'm so glad that you've been holding it down for 1210. You've been doing a wonderful job. So thank you so much, my friend.
Well, thank you, Kathy, and to the 1210 family, everybody listening, watching on YouTube. You guys have a happy new year. We have 2 days left of 2024. 2025 right around the corner. It has been a pleasure being here all morning long. And we will be back. I will be back on probably next week, having some fun with the boys here and the girls here on 1210 WPHT. Until then, have a happy new year. Kathy Barnett is coming up next. I'll see you guys next year.